exactly does that mean? Well, coins are graded on a scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 1 would be a very heavily worn coin. You could barely read the date. 70 represents perfection under high magnification. So when a grader at NGC gets a coin that looks flawless under normal magnification, they put it aside and study it under even higher magnification. And if under that higher magnification it is still flawless, it gets a grade of 70. If, however, under that higher magnification they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of 69. So in other words, folks, you're looking at coins that are truly flawless to the eye, even under low magnification. To have a silver dollar, this magnificent silver dollar, this size, this perfect, these coins are so rare. Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. The best part of all is the price, the entire 35 coin set, folks. 35 coin set, $4,795. That comes out to about $137 a coin for the entire Heraldic Eagle collection. To make it even easier, you can put half down today of $2,397.50, and we will hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. And that is so very, very important because, again, these sets are available in very limited quantities. Extremely difficult to put together a complete set like this in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Now, here's the important part. Once again, as beautiful and as captivating as the obverse of this coin is, there is the Heraldic Eagle reverse. The Heraldic Eagle, folks. The Heraldic Eagle first appeared on our silver dollars in 1798. The Heraldic Eagle was used and is used today for the Great Seal of the United States of America. It's been almost 200 years since its last appearance. It was the perfect choice when Chief Engraver John Mercanti used this classic for the American Eagle silver dollar. 2021 is the last year the Heraldic Eagle appears on the American Silver Eagle dollar. Folks, when the Mint announced they would only strike 320,000 American Silver Eagles with the original Heraldic Eagle reverse in proof condition for the year 2021, that it would be the final year of the Heraldic Eagle reverse. Now, in the announcement, the Mint informed the public that this final year of the American Silver Eagle with the Heraldic Eagle reverse would be available for purchase at 9 a.m. Pacific Time, February 11th, 2021. By 9:03, February 11th, they were sold out. The Mint sold out the entire commitment of 320,000 coins in less than 3 minutes. Never in the history of the United States Mint was a coin sold out this quickly. This translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this incredibly popular series, these beautiful classic silver dollars, for the very first time. This complete 1986 to 2021 American Heraldic Eagle silver dollar collection, from the first year of the Heraldic Eagle series, 1986, to the final year, 2021. There are so many historic implications. The demand for these new American Silver Eagles with the new reverse will be historic. You're going to see an army of new collectors attracted to this series, these beautiful classic silver dollars for the very first time. But of greatest importance is that the earlier dates, the rarest dates in high-grade proof condition, will be in the greatest demand. What is most important for you to understand, when I talked about the art of proof making, there was that key phrase describing what a proof coin represents, that a proof coin is the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. That last phrase, the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint is able to produce given the technology of the day, is most important to understanding and appreciating the quality and rarity of this set. In the earliest years of the American Silver Eagle series, when the coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint from 1986 to 1992, and the Philadelphia Mint from 1993 to 2000, and the early years at the West Point Mint from 2001 to 2005, the state of the art back then, folks, was not nearly as advanced as it is today. Far fewer American Eagles survived an exceptional high-grade proof condition from this earlier era. There are very few survivors that are flawless to the eye. And that's what makes this set so special. When we get something this special, it is always based on our cost. It's not based on what the market will bear. We got a great deal on an amazing collection of proof American Silver Eagles with some sensational grades. We're passing our good fortune on to you today. Again, this entire set, Heraldic Eagle Reverse, is available on the two-payment option. All you have to do is put down $2,397.50 today, and we'll hold one of these sets for you and pay the balance in 30 days. If you do the math, folks, that comes out to $137 a coin. We've done all the work for you. This is a dream come true collection. This is a collection which will be so good to you. Pass on to your children, your grandchildren. There's so much history here. This is our heritage. This is what our country is all about. Beautiful works of art on the obverse, that walking liberty design, and that heraldic eagle reverse, the great seal of the United States of America. And it's all for only two payments of $2,397.50. I hope you can get yourself at least one of these sets, folks. Thank you for watching.
Coins are graded using the Sheldon scale from 1 to 70. A heavily circulated coin might rate a 4 for good or a 12 for fine. The better quality the coin, the higher the grade. An AU, about uncirculated coin, would rate between 50 and 60. This complete set of 1986 to 2021 American Silver Eagles that Rick is offering today come in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo condition. That is the grade of a superb gem uncirculated coin. Proof coins are made specifically for collectors. They are struck 2 or 3 times to ensure a beautiful full strike. These coins are individually handled and packaged immediately, so they will retain all of their beauty and quality. An Ultra Cameo designation means that the coin has the darkest possible fields and the brightest frosty white devices. These are the coins that were first struck off the new dies and are highly sought after. On July 9, 1985, President Ronald Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act. Just a year and 4 months later, on October 29, 1986, the first American Silver Eagle was struck. The stunning American Silver Eagle is the largest silver dollar produced in U.S. history. And listen to this, it's struck from .999 fine pure silver. That's right, pure silver. Ever since its release 35 years ago, the American Silver Eagle has become a global numismatic sensation. This stunning coin displays John Mercanti's enhanced rendition of Adolph A. Weinman's iconic walking liberty design on the obverse and Mercanti's personal design of a victorious heraldic eagle on the reverse. The year 2021 marks the final issue of the American Silver Eagle that will feature Mercanti's heraldic eagle design on the reverse. This truly signals the end of an era. Now today, you can add this ultimate complete collection of American Silver Eagles from 1986 to 2021 to your numismatic collection for the low, low price of just $4,795. That's right, an issue from every year that John Mercanti's legendary heraldic design was struck onto the American Silver Eagle. That's 35 stunning proof silver ASEs, all for just $4,795. That's $137 per coin. Wow! And don't forget, you can use our convenient two-payment plan. Simply put half down now of $2,397.50 and then pay the balance in 30 days. It's just that easy. These coins are in limited supply, and this is a limited time offer. And you can order with complete numismatic confidence, as Rare Collectibles TV offers you a complete, full 30-day money-back guarantee. No questions asked. At a price like this, these coins won't last long. Call now.
The preceding was a paid presentation furnished by Rare Collectibles TV, LLC.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So happy you're tuning in today, folks, because I have got a Cherry Picker special for you. This is an area proof coins that I know is going to be a great collector series for the future. Not just today, but most importantly for the future. Because right now, these coins in the condition I have them in, I've been able to focus on this series for about 35 years, and it's given me the opportunity to make a lot of connections in the business, to make a name for myself where a lot of people know I specialize in proof coins, and so I get first crack at some of the best deals. And I'll tell you, being a specialist in these coins now since the early 80s, the coins I have are so much more difficult to find now than they were, say, even 10, 15 years ago. Most of the nice proof sets from this era that I'm focusing on today, the 1950 to 1964 era, most of these sets have been picked through 10 times over. Now, for those of you who are new to collecting, I'm going to be real quick with this because, again, I've got a limited number of these sets. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So the Mint goes to a lot of work to make proof coins. They take the dies and they will polish them to a mirror-like finish. And then they will give the coin blanks a kind of polishing treatment as well. They'll feed them into the die at a slower rate and strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, they aren't dumped into bins as commercial strikes are, but they're individually handled. Now, nowadays, when you acquire a proof set from the U.S. Mint, you have to order them from the Treasury. They truly are state-of-the-art. Here's a set that's struck in 1991, folks. This is what I would refer to as the modern era, when technology was so advanced at the San Francisco Mint, and the packaging was very advanced. So here you have a set that's over 25 years old, and the coins look like they just came off the die. They're absolutely superb. High grade, at least proof 68. So this is what a proof set should look like today, with today's technology. Now, the only downside to owning these sets in this modern era is that, they strike usually around the 2 to 3 million, 4 million sets a year for collectors. The only downside is the quality is so good that when you buy these sets, they're all high grade. So if you took all the 1991 Jefferson Nichols struck, for example, and submitted them for grading, they would all grade proof 68, proof 69, a few proof 70s, without exception. Now, the era I'm really interested in, though, is that era in the mid-70s and earlier, when the proof technology was not as advanced as it is today. And especially those proof coins struck from 1950 to 1964, because these were the last proof coins struck at the old Philadelphia Mint, using old technologies that were really not much different from the technologies that they used to make proof coins back in the 1800s. It's so really surprising, the differences in this small period in time, the differences in technology, the differences in packaging. Here's the last year of a Philadelphia issue proof set. It's 1964, and they came in these envelopes. This is an original envelope with the shipping label. They shipped it third-class insured mail. And you take your set out, and I left this coin in the set, the $50, just so you could see that coins actually did come like this, folks, from the Philadelphia Mint back in this era. Their quality control back then was not like it was today. So you see, the quality was really spotty, no pun intended. And the other thing is the cellophane packaging. You see, it's pliable. So in other words, imagine this set, in the envelope going third-class mail, snail mail. This cellophane is always rubbing against the surface of the coin, which creates friction, which creates very light little scratches, what we call hairlines on the coin, which lowers the grade of the coin. So it's very rare that you get high-grade proofs from this era when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then on top of it all, you get this set, folks, and you open it up, and you're expecting the state-of-the-art, right? You're expecting this state-of-the-art, something. The very first coins I ever bought as a kid, when I was 10 years old, as a kid, when I started collecting, was a set of proof coins, a 1962 proof set I went to my local coin shop, saved up my lawnmower money, bought a 62 proof set for $7, right? Because I like the idea of getting perfection. But in this era. I mean, it was so, this is so typical. It's so typical because of the poor technology, the poor quality control, the poor packaging. And then on top of it all, to add insult to injury, now you've seen this set. This is from the U.S. Mint. Okay, you got this little letter with every set, and I have to read this once in a while for our newer viewers. Your U.S. proof coins have been carefully inspected and then sealed in a transparent envelope. This package was designed to prevent or delay tarnishing and discoloration. Nevertheless, sooner or later, tarnishing may occur. Care in handling and storing will help to prolong the newly minted luster of the coins. Heat and direct sunlight are especially harmful. Please do not ask us to make exchanges or adjustments. If there should appear what may seem to you a defect or scratch on a coin, it is no doubt a crease in the packaging material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. This is from the Superintendent of the U.S. Mint. Well, what are you going to do? What I have today, folks, are some of the finest proof Jefferson nickels. The last years of the Philadelphia Mint, proof condition, proof 68. And this is part of a collection. Many of these came from a collection. You may be familiar with Harry the Hoarder. He had some incredible collections of United States coins, 55S pennies and MS-67 red. That's the highest grade NGC's ever given that date. He had over 1,000 of them. You know, rare coins. He had over 1,000 55S pennies in MS-67 red. He had several thousand war nickels in MS-67. The guy was he wasn't just a hoarder. He was a sharp, astute buyer with a great eye. And he put away, finally, I was able to acquire some incredible proof sets that he accumulated over many, many decades, beginning around 1970 when he started cherry picking the sets. Take a look at these coins that I have for you today, folks. These are my cherry picker specials, some incredible 1961, 62, 63, and 1964 Jefferson nickels. The highest grade these dates have ever received from NGC is proof 69. You look at one of these, you don't see any spots, any unattractive haze or toning. Despite, again, struck in 1964. This coin is over 50 years old now, folks. This is struck from an earlier era. Every single one, flawless to the human eye. The only way you might see the tiniest little hairline would be to get it out of the holder and look at it under a magnifying glass. That's a 64. And you can see a 63 there, 62, all the same quality. 61, let's show them the 61, Sasha. Got to move quickly on this. I'm going to price these out to you right now, folks. There's the 61, that's a little tougher. That one's a little tougher. Here's, Sasha's got the populations on these here for you to show you how many have been graded by NGC. And you can see in proof 68 condition, the 64 is the least difficult of those early years. 64, that final year at the Philadelphia Mint, the quality definitely improved over the previous years. They've graded 3,500 examples of the 64 nickel, only 1,500 of the 63 and the 62, 1,600 of the 61. So those earlier years are considerably more elusive in high-grade proof 68. Now, understandably, the dealers want, nice premiums for these coins. Here's a 1964 in proof 67, folks. Not proof 68 like I'm offering, but proof 67, $40. Here's a 1962. Again, proof 67, not proof 68 like I'm offering. You go from 6.7 to 6.8, you usually at least double or triple the value, the price of the coin. These are 6.7s you're seeing comps of, $99. Here's a 1963 in proof 67, $59.50 or $60. Again, proof 67s. Let's price these out. That first coin you saw, the 1964. If you want a 1964 in proof 68, call in now. This is a cherry picker special. This is the time where I've set this presentation up so that if you are on a limited budget, but want to take advantage of a great numismatic opportunity where you get a beautiful, top quality, rare U.S. coin for an incredibly low price, this is the time to do it. I've gone through these, and you're getting some of the finest surviving proof Jefferson nickels from the early old Philadelphia Mint era. This 1964 you're looking at, folks, worth 6 7s going for $40, $50. You'd expect to see 6 8s for around $100. $29 for this 1964. $29 for this 1964, not in proof 67, but proof 68. Now, it gets even better because you don't have to buy the 1964 if you don't want to. If you want to get a different date, like the 1963, for example, if you want the 1963, guess what? You can pick that date as well if you don't want that date. It's also only $29. Despite the fact that it's twice as rare as the 1964. It's still $29. $29. So there you've got the 64 or the 63. Take your pick, $29. Get both of them. If you want to build a set, this is the time to do it because that 62 you see there, it's actually a little bit more difficult than the 63 as you go earlier in the years, but it's also, again, you saw the one on eBay, $99 from a top-rated seller for a 6 7. Here's a 6 8, $29. $29, again, folks, because it's based on my cost. When I bought this collection, it was a cherry-pick collection. I submitted the finest examples. I got the good grades, so my cost was much lower than normal. Normally, I would have to sell these coins for considerably more, but when I get a great deal and I can pass it on to you, like this is exactly what we're doing today. And then we've got the 61, folks. The 61. Highest grade ever is proof 69. Here's a 61 in proof 68, also only $29. $29. That means that you get all four. You can own all four of these in proof 68 for only $116. There are dealers asking just about that much for a single coin in proof 67. Think about that. Think about the opportunity you're getting today. Now, I do have to have one little caveat on this. If you just want one date in particular, say in 1961, you can certainly buy that in 1961, but it's a limit of one coin per customer. In other words, I can't have somebody calling in and saying they want 45 1961 nickels in proof 68, because what that would do is clean me out, and then everybody calling in who wants sets, we would not be able to fill those sets because we'd be out of the nickels. So if you just want one date, you can get one date, but there's only a limit of one per customer. However, if you want to get the sets, you can get 10, 20 sets if you like. But don't stop here. If you're calling in now, don't order quite yet, folks, because it gets even better. We go to an earlier date, the 1960. This coin, again, the mintage drops in half. As you go earlier in the proof series, the mintages get lower and lower. They've graded around 1,500 examples. A mintage of only 1.69 million. Notice how the mintages drop as you go into the 1950s. That's because as you go into the earlier 1950s, folks, we had a country that was just coming out of World War II, a lot of young families that couldn't afford to collect. And it wasn't until the early 60s when these families got established in their businesses and in their work, when they began to really earn some significant income, where the middle class really began to blossom. Home ownership exploded. A lot of people owned 2 cars, television sets. All that came around in the 50s and early 60s. So as you go into these early 50s, you don't see as many proof sets being acquired because people couldn't afford them. So you got the 1960 here, folks. Take a look at this coin. If you want to add a fifth coin, the 1960, even more elusive, this coin should be more expensive than those last 4 dates that you saw. The 1960, where they struck about half as many as the 61, 62, 63, and 64. This 1960, it's not sold separately because, again, I have limited quantities when we get to these earlier dates. But if you want to add it to that set of 4, I will add it to the set of 4 for only an additional $29, the same price, $29, $145 for the entire 5-coin set. The entire 5-coin set. That's $145 when if you would shop around, you could buy these sets in 6, 7 and pay $300, $400. And here's an incredible 6, 8 set, 5-coin set for $145. But don't order just yet. All the operators there, just tell everybody calling, tell them to hold on just for 1 second. Take a look at this. We're going back in time, folks. Now we're going to go into the 1950s. What a great time to build an amazing set of proof Jefferson nickels in proof 68 condition at a price you will not find anywhere else. I will add these dates, the 1959, 1958, 1957, and 1956, all in the identical proof 68 condition, every one the same, amazing, flawless to the eye quality, no haze, no spotting. You know, I get so many proof coins offered to me, folks, in high grade that have haze or spots or unattractive toning. These are all as brilliant and flawless as the day they came off the die, like they were struck from the die and you caught them on a velvet pillow and stored them perfectly over the last 55, 60 years. This is an amazing quality. Now, these earlier dates, I mean, the mintages are much, much lower. Again, you have a lot of these that had fewer than 1 million struck. Fewer than 1 million struck. So dealers understandably ask considerably more. Only in 1959, only 1,400 examples. 58, 1,400. 57, that was a high point, 1,800. And the 56, 1,500. A lot higher percentage of those have been submitted because they are rare dates. But you see there, you have a couple dates there, especially the 58 and 59, really difficult, 1,400 each. So you got dealers, top-rated dealers, selling these. Here's the 1959, proof 68. Just the 1959, $199. At the other end, here's the 1956, proof 68, $200. So, you know, $399 just for those 2 coins. $399 just for those 2 coins from a top-rated dealer with over 5,000 happy customers, 100% positive feedback, meaning they liked his coins and they liked his prices. Here's the 9-coin set. You had been paying $29 a coin, folks. You get the 9-coin set with these 4 rare dates, and the entire set is $27.66 a coin. $249 for the entire 9-coin set. Okay, now you're saying, all right, now I'm all in. Now I'm buying. One last coin I'm going to add to this set. This is where I got really lucky because Harry had some 1955s and an abundance of 1955s. He really focused on that date because he knew it was a semi-key date. They only struck 370,000 1955 proof coins. It's a much tougher date. So number one, the mintages were a lot lower, and the packaging was terrible. Now Harry had a bunch of these, and so he's added to that population. As you can see there, 2,032 coins. You know, several hundred of those are Harry's, okay, from that estate. They came in these boxes, folks. This was the packaging used 1955 and earlier. We call it the box set era. Half of the 55 sets came in flat packs, half of them came in these box sets. And these box sets were even worse than the flat packs. This is an original box set from 1955. They were wrapped in tissue paper, and then each of the coins came in this little envelope where a lot of them would tone and discolor. It's terrible packaging. They only used it for about 1.5 years. Because of the problems with this packaging, this polyvinyl, whatever it was an oil-based type of material. It would leave a residue on a lot of the proof coins and just ruin the coins. A lot of the coins you'd send for grading, and it would say PVC on it from the residue from this packaging. So a lot of these 55 nickels are destroyed. So when you see a 55 nickel, a lot of dealers want significant premiums. Here's a 55, again, a top-rated seller. Proof 68, $275. I'm adding the 55. Get the entire set, folks. The entire set I'm adding the 1955 for only an additional $30, the entire 10-coin set for $279. Call in now while I'm able to offer this incredible special. $279, that's $27.90 a coin for Proof 68 Jefferson nickels. If you were to find a superb Proof Jefferson nickel, submit it to NGC for grading. It's going to cost you about $25. They're going to send it back to your registered mail. That's going to be over $20. The cost of the coin, your cost is going to be over $50 a coin if you do this yourself. If you go shopping around, you're going to pay anywhere from $50 to $200 a coin for the coins you see here. Yeah, buying them individually at coin shows. I mean, you might put a set together, but it's going to cost you, for the entire set. If you get really lucky, $500, $600, $700. If you get lucky and you find some great coins at low prices. And here you got the entire set for $279. And I got to tell you, these cherry picker specials that I've done on the Jefferson nickels, the Lincoln cents in the past, the Roosevelt dimes, the Washington quarters. I have sold out on a lot of these sets, especially the early dates. When I first offered them, I had to, and I was really upfront that I had limited quantities of them. We sold out on a lot of them, and so I'm ending up having to, because I was sold out, having to raise the prices on many of the dates, which means I have to adjust the cost on the sets that I had offered just a month and a half ago. Expect to see the same thing with these sets you see here today for only $279. Call in now if you want 3 sets, you want 4 sets, I can offer you 4 sets while I have them. This is an incredible cherry picker special you will not find anyplace else but here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Think another 2 sets of 10. Thank you very much. Think about this. You're getting incredible eye appeal. Proof coins, incredible eye appeal, incredible quality. Great rarity. Great rarity. 10 coin set. The last 10 coins struck in Proof at the Philadelphia Mint, the last 10 Jefferson nickels in Proof for only $27.90 a coin. I hope you're able to get at least one of these. If you've got 3 kids, get one for each of your kids, okay? Have them put it away. It's a great way to start collecting. This is a perfect set for the collector of the future. From Sasha and I, thanks for watching this Cherry Picker special. But stay tuned, because I've got a nice little presentation coming right up. Jefferson nickels, again, are really hard to get, difficult to get in high grade condition because of the hardness of that nickel planchet. So to get a Jefferson nickel, a Proof Jefferson nickel in Proof 68 is sensational. And we just had a presentation on some Proof 68s at a great, great price. I mean, we went through thousands and thousands of Jefferson nickels to get these 68s. Out of that group, we have a handful of sets in Proof 69 condition. And these are so rare, folks. Take a look at the chart here where we show you the populations, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about here. These are the combined NGC and PCGS populations for all the Jefferson nickels struck in Proof from 1955 through 1964. How many have been graded in Proof 68 and how many in Proof 69? And you can see some of those years. The 1957, only 290 examples. The 58, only 239. 59, 258. The 60, 254. The 1961, 193. Because poor metal flow. Poor metal flow. They would strike the coins because the hardness of the planchet, you wouldn't get all of the metal flow into the deepest parts of the die, so you get some bits, a little bit of pitting in the high points. And so if there's any kind of pitting whatsoever, you can't get a proof 69. 64 is the best quality. They've graded about 2,500 examples. Take a look at this set that I have for you. I only have a handful of these sets in proof 69 grade. Again, if I had to buy these already graded from a dealer or a collector, our prices would be about triple of what you're going to be offered this set at. Only a handful of these sets. Every one of these, highest grade. There are no proof 70s from this here, folks. This is the highest numeric grade from NGC or PCGS, proof 69s. This is outstanding, top of the line. These are the very best from our work in the trenches, I call, looking at these under a halogen light, one coin after another. There you see the 61, fewer than 200 graded. The hardness of this nickel planchet, it's very difficult to strike one of these up. A lot of them also were mishandled. So there are very few graded in proof 68 and only a handful in proof 69. Kimberly just has a few comparables for you folks. And just to give you some idea, these are top-rated sellers on eBay. There's a top-rated seller with a 1955 proof 68, $274 for a proof 68, 1955. There's a 1959. Again, proof 68, $199 for a proof 68. So that's $400 or over $400 just for those two coins. $470 really. And there's a 59 and proof 69, top-rated seller, over 24,000 happy customers, $316. And again, that's a tough date, but there's several tough dates, and that's not the toughest. Here's the entire set. You're going to love this opportunity. I mean, at $300 a coin, this 10 coin set would be $3,000. At $200 a coin, it would be $2,000. At $100 a coin, it would be $1,000, and that would be a great, great price. But again, if we had to buy these from somebody else who already had them certified, who did all the work, who went through the thousands and thousands of coins, this set would be priced to you at $2,000 to $3,000. But we did the work. We went through the thousands of coins to hand select these pieces for you. We cut out all the middlemen, and I'm able to offer this entire 10 coin set. I only have a handful of these. The entire set for only $79.50 a coin. $795 for the entire 10 coin set. Now, we just had, the lines have just lit up on this all of a sudden, $79.50. This is the kind of price, folks, that you can buy one of these sets, and if you're a part-time collector dealer and like to set up at your local coin show, you can buy a couple of these sets and probably get double what you paid for. I mean, this is a great, great opportunity for a collector if you want to hold on to them, if you want to resell them, whatever you want to do with them, it's up to you. But this is really a ground floor opportunity for some very, very rare Jefferson nickels with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity. Tremendous condition rarity. Again, I only have a handful of these sets. We have fewer than 15. We have already sold, it looks like 5 of them. Every one of these coins, folks, as pristine, haze-free, spot-free, hairline-free as the day it was struck. It was like as if you were at the Philadelphia Mint back in 1955, and you were there as the coin was struck, and as it came off the die, you caught it on a velvet pillow. That's the best analogy I can give. I mean, how else are you going to get and not only that, but you have to get one of the examples that were fully struck, because again, so many of these, because of the hardness of the nickel planchet, it would have very slight pitting on the high points, especially along Jefferson's jawline there, the high point of the planchet, because that's the deepest portion of the die. And the hardness of that nickel plancher was such that you wouldn't always get complete metal flow to the deepest portion of the die on these coins. There you're looking at a 1962, only 311 graded, none higher, 1962. Let me go through the pops once more. The 1964, better quality, 1964, 2,491 graded in proof 69. That 1963 you're looking at, or you just saw 436 graded, 1962 only 311 graded. 1961, 193 coins. We cannot break any of these sets. I cannot offer individual pieces because this is all I have. If I offer an individual coin out of here, I can't offer the entire set to all the people calling in who want to take advantage of this complete set offer. The entire 10 coin set for only $795. Again, we only had to have a handful of these available. We were already sold more than half of them. So I'm going to just call it right here. We just, for the people still calling in, we have some sets still available. But thank you for watching this presentation. It's always a thrill to be able to offer this kind of ultimate quality. Beautiful eye-appealing coins of the ultimate highest quality. Very rare in this condition. For under $100 a coin, folks. I mean, you can't beat that. This is a great, great ground floor opportunity for all you collectors out there. This is a real collector special. And again, from Kim and I, thank you for watching.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Complete 6-coin collection, and I might add in the highest grade attainable as a pre-sale for the brand new 2021 United States Morgan and Peace dollars. And I was just saying to everybody here, you know, it seems to me like this was a moment that was frozen in time back in 1921, where they left the mint that night, they shut off the lights, they locked the door, and then 100 years later, they came back, fired everything up, and started striking coins again. Because, ladies and gentlemen, these silver dollars are a continuation of the Morgan dollar series and of the Peace dollar series, 100 years later. We waited a century for this to happen. I thought this day would never get here. This has been eagerly anticipated. Well, this is a pre-sale, as I said. Every one of these coins, there's so much history here, guys. Again, these have yet to be delivered, but I can guarantee each and everybody out there, you're going to get the finest known examples all the way across the board, a complete 2021 United States silver dollar collection as the mint issued them. There's so much great history behind this, so much of a good current story. So let's just take a look at what we're talking about. We'll take a look at the labels, and I want you to notice the grades. Every one of these mint state 70. That right there happens to be the Peace dollar, and it's a high relief, as was the 1921. The only time ever a United States silver dollar, either a Morgan or a Peace dollar, was struck in high relief. And now, to join that really illustrious group is this coin right here, a United States silver dollar, 100 years in the making. And check out the grade of the coin, mint state 70, absolute perfection. So let's understand the parameters here. These coins are at the grading service. These coins are being graded. We don't know the mix yet in terms of how many 70s, but I can tell you this. Every single one of you collectors out there who are on the line right now are guaranteed perfection. Every single coin Guaranteed. Absolute rarity. Now let's talk about what we have here. All right, we're going to go back to 1921. The last Morgan dollar struck in 1921 was available from Denver, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. Keep that in mind. So, the mint has paid homage to the mints that are part of history. New Orleans and Carson City, with something truly spectacular. And I also want to mention here, this is both a Morgan dollar, there's actually 5 of them, and a peace dollar. That one's in high relief. And they are the only Morgan and peace dollars issued by the United States of America to ever grade in mint state 70. Flawless. So, and you're really up against a lot here too, because both of these coins are classics. They're collected by millions of people around the world, and they are so established, and mint state coins are so elusive in both of the Morgan and peace dollar series that the opportunity to get these coins in perfect grades, well, that only comes along once in a century. It'll never happen again. Now, for those who don't know this information, and I do apologize to you very seasoned collectors out there who know all about these coins, just give me a moment if you wouldn't mind. 1878, the first Morgan dollar was released, first Morgan dollars. The coins were struck from 1878 to 1904. There was a bit of a respite. They took some time off from 1905 to 1920. And then in 1921, the Morgan dollar production was resumed. During that time, at the very end of 1921, the peace dollar, the Morgan dollar was retired. The peace dollar was issued, really originally issued to honor the end of World War I, the victory and the peace. And so 2021 is one of the most significant numismatic years ever. And for those of you who have been collecting the Morgan dollar 1921s and the peace dollar 1921s, this is the next step. This is the culmination of a historic silver dollar collection. And in terms of coin collecting, numismatically speaking, this is the pinnacle. This is the ultimate achievement. So let's take a look. So this is a rundown. This is a table of all the mintages of Morgan dollars, starting with the highest mintages at the top. And there are a lot of coins in the Morgan dollar series. So taking a look at the Morgan dollar mintages, because this is great to lay the groundwork. And you can see that 1921 highest mintage, and as they descend, you can get kind of a look at your favorite year. These are all Morgans right now, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of years, a lot of mintages. Here's the last page. Insignificant, because as you can see here, the issues of the 2021s, when we're talking about Morgans, are these 5 coins right here. So the 2021, what we call a 21 plain, no mint mark, struck at Philadelphia. And as you can see right there, 2021, that coin from Denver will have the Denver mint mark on it. And here's a crazy thing. It was struck at Philadelphia as well. How about that? Never happened in the Morgan dollar series. So another first. This is unique all the way. And if you notice the mintages, wow. Get online right now. Don't miss this deal. Everybody has been missing out. We have them on a pre-sale. I can guarantee you when you ring our phone, you are gonna be in on this deal and you're gonna get pure perfection all the way. 2021. This coin has a privy mark with the Carson City mint mark. Okay, so it's the Carson City mint mark done as a privy mark, which means you'll see it, it's in an oval. And it is so cool. It is right where the mint marks are supposed to be, below the eagle on the reverse of the Morgan dollar. So only 175,000 of those coins. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a closed mint. The Carson City didn't issue a Morgan dollar past 1893. So for that to have a Carson City Mint mark, 2021, it's the only one ever. The only one. So that is significant. Now, 2021 from New Orleans. Well, that's a closed mint as well. So it's done with a privy mark struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And again, since there was no New Orleans struck Morgan in 1921, don't forget, the only Morgan ever struck in 1921 was Denver, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. Keep that in mind. And now, from San Francisco. Well, there was a 1921 San Francisco Morgan, so we are continuing that series 100 years later. These are not commemoratives, folks. These are legal tender United States Mint issues. And that coin right there bears the San Francisco Mint mark. But take a look at the mintages. All 5 of these coins, 2 of them had privy marks. New Orleans, Carson City, don't forget Philadelphia, in the tradition of the original, was unmint marked. We call it the Philadelphia Plain because there is no mint mark. And there you have it, 175,000 of each. And they are only bested by the 2 rarities. And can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? The 1885 Carson City silver dollar is no longer the 3rd rarest Morgan ever struck. So, only bested by the 1894 from Philadelphia with a mintage of 110,000, or the 1893S with the mintage of 100,000. History in the making. Now, this collection of 1921s, this continuation of the silver dollar series would not be complete without the continuation of the peace dollar series. So 100 years later, 2021, struck at the Philadelphia Mint in high relief, just as the 1921 peace dollar was, is this new edition. So check it out right here. And it lands at the very bottom of the list of peace dollars as now the rarest of them all. I know, our coin world, it's shaking it up. Look at that right there. I mean, you look at the 1928, you look at the 27, look at our favorite coin, the 34S. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lowest mintage now and from now on is the 2021 high relief peace dollar. Now, again, just the mere fact that you would never have been able to get a 1921 peace dollar or any other Morgan or peace dollar in a perfect grade Mint State 70, well, guess what? It's happening right now. Every single coin in this collection, and by the way, this is complete. The U.S. Mint has issued 6 silver dollars to continue the tradition of the Morgan and the peace. And we have them in the ultimate finest known examples in Mint State 70. And they are the only Morgan and peace dollars issued by the United States of America to ever grade flawless. $2,995. You can split the payment up into 2 equal payments of $1,497.50. Now, all these that you're about to see in my price comps as well are pre-sales. The coins have yet to be delivered. So this is a leg up on everybody. And I got to tell you, the way things have been going with coin collecting and these long-awaited coins, you cannot even wait till tomorrow. It's right now or you're going to miss out. And that is absolutely no exaggeration whatsoever, but these are absolute rarities. They're some of the lowest mintages ever seen in Morgan or peace dollars, and if you don't grab it now, I mean, the original 1921 peace high relief had a mintage over 1 million. The 2021, 200,000. Wow, and they're both high reliefs. Now, here's something else that really just I found to be great. The silver in this coin, pure silver. These coins are pure silver. So that peace dollar right there is $1,195. Let's take a look at this. This is the Philadelphia Struck issue, $2,000. Now keep in mind, folks, we're offering the entire collection, all 6, 5 of the Morgans and the Peace Dollar High Relief for $2,995. Oh, look at this. This is amazing. This is like newsflash. This is happening right now. The complete collection, all 6 coins, $6,000. $6,000. Now, folks, I got to tell you, at $2,995, it's obvious if you don't act right now, and I'm not trying to be pushy, I'm just warning you, you're going to miss out, and then you're going to have to pay $6 grand. That's all I'm saying. Now, here's the 6-coin set. It says 6-coin set. The picture features just the CC, $5,500. This is a single coin, the Carson City Privy Mark, $1,250 in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. And here's another one at $1,700, also just the Carson City. Now, what I love about the Mint here is they did something extremely amazing. The Carson City catalog consists of Morgan dollars that were issued between 1878 and 1893, but they skipped a lot of years. So some of the rarest coins come from Carson City. The rarest of all the coins from the Carson City Mint was the 1885, rarest in terms of mintage at only 228,000. So this coin right here with the CC mark for 2021, the CC Privy Mark, has a mintage of 175,000. So its rarity is absolute from the get-go. This is really an exciting moment for me. As you can imagine, when I first learned about coin collecting, I was 7 years old. And I got to tell you, it was 1964, and it was a $50, it was a Kennedy $50, newly minted coin that pretty much started me on my road in coin collecting. And, you know, I began to wonder, wow, you know, you look at coins a whole different way when you start getting the bug for coin collecting. And it isn't long before every coin collector wants the biggest and the best. And so we looked at these big silver dollars because they were the crowning glory of all United States silver coins. I mean, a silver dollar, when it was struck, was meant to convey the power of wealth. And, you know, you hold a dollar in your hand, it was so heavy, precious metal, you just gained an instant respect for the value of the dollar and the purchasing power and the strength of United States currency, which was the envy of the entire world. And it still is that way. So the road to here, you had so many stops along the way with so many generations of collectors buying these silver dollars and putting them away and trying to accumulate collections. So when the Mint decided for the 100th year of the last Morgan dollar and the first Peace Dollar, honoring both these coins, I mean, they could have really taken the easy way out and issued one Morgan and the Peace Dollar. But they didn't. They went full on, and they did it in such a great way. These are actual United States silver dollar issues that resume the numismatic series of the Morgan and the Peace Dollar. It's just an amazing opportunity to acquire these coins. These are United States silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. So right off the bat, but we often say when we bring Morgan or Peace Dollars to the show, yes, they are Mint State 65s, or we may occasionally have 66s, or sometimes, wow, we'll get one of the few 68s. There have only been a handful of Mint State 69 Morgan dollars, about 20 of them. You could hold them all in one hand. But there has never been a perfect graded Morgan or Peace Dollar. Well, I guess that is really no longer true, is it? Because you are looking at absolute perfection. So early are these coins that we are lucky to get the designation of first day of issue. So the pedigree of the first day of issue, the grade of absolute perfect Mint State 70, a pre-sale. This is so exciting, ladies and gentlemen, because nobody is going to get their hands on these coins. And literally, that's what it works out to be, except you. I mean, that's the way it is. People have got to face facts. There were only 175,000 of each of these Morgan dollars struck, of each. There were only 200,000 of the Peace Dollar. So when we show that table that has all those mintage figures of the Morgans and the Peace Dollars, it's for one reason. It's to let you know that of all those millions and millions of coins, you know, there were over 656 million Morgan dollars struck and almost 190 million piece. A much shorter series, only 24 dates and or mint marks. So when you look at all those millions of collectors, what everybody wants is the finest known and all those great key dates. And here it is, right here, in a way like you never thought you would see it before. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go over the major points of this deal. Time is of the essence. For 2021, the Mint has continued the Morgan Dollar series, issuing a Morgan Dollar from Philadelphia, issuing a Morgan Dollar with a Carson City privy mark, issuing a New Orleans Morgan with a New Orleans privy mark, and issuing a Denver 2021, only the second Morgan ever issued from the Denver Mint. The first one was the 1921. With this coin has the D mint mark. And San Francisco, the last Morgan dollar that San Francisco issued was 1921. Now, the 100th year after that, the 2021, with the San Francisco mint mark. 5 Morgans, 2 of them with privy marks, Carson City and New Orleans. And the peace dollar, 1921, saw the only high relief peace dollar ever issued, and now 100 years later, the 2021 Philadelphia struck high relief peace dollar rounds out this collection, 100 years in the making, of United States silver dollars. This entire collection, $2,995. Lock it up right now, put half the money down, $1,497.50, and when these coins are ready to ship, you add the other half and you are in. And before that time comes, your name will be placed on one of these collections or 2 of these collections or whatever amount you see fit, but it will be yours forevermore from this moment. And I can guarantee you, you will get ultimate perfection and an inside price. And remember, this is a pre-sale, so you are getting very, very much in the front of the line and a guarantee to get these coins that hardly anybody has had a chance to acquire. Boy, I'm so excited. I hope I've gotten everything across. What you're getting is a monumental, complete silver dollar set that took 100 years to issue for $2,995 that has a lot of unique coins in there at the finest known grades. So this is history, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget, less than $3,000, $29.95, a pre-sale, guaranteed perfection, first day of issue. Wow. And a split pay, $1497.50, locks up a set for you right now. So don't miss out. And it is finally here, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate Morgan in Peace Dollar issues 2021. What a year. I will see you all very soon, and thank you so much for collecting coins with Rare Collectibles TV.
From the old San Francisco Mint, known as the Granite Lady, stay tuned for Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Well, timing is everything. Well, almost everything in life. Being in the right place at the right time. But as importantly is the ability to recognize a good thing when you see it. And I remember when I saw my first exceptional cameo-proof Franklin. This was over 35 years ago. I knew it was something very, very special. And that set me on my journey in the study of United States proof coins. Because, you know, there's a lot of people who you could show them a great opportunity and present it to them, and they just don't see it. You know, they just don't see it. So this is for all you people who, you know, you're in the right place right now, folks, because I've got something really, really special for you. And I've got a nose for these kinds of coins. And this is one of the most phenomenal gold offerings you could ever hope to own, an early classical United States gold. I'm not talking about modern gold. You know, there's a lot of gold being struck today. The United States Mint is always striking new gold coins. I'm talking about early classical gold, when gold was used for commerce, everyday commerce, 1933 and earlier. These coins are over 100 years old that I have for you today. I have a limited quantity. Obviously, I have a limited quantity because they are in exceptional condition, superior to the Smithsonian. Now, the great European gold hoard of United States minted gold double eagles. United States gold double eagles that have been sitting silently, frozen in time, in bags like this, in a few banks in Europe since the early 1930s. Now, the great majority of gold double eagles coming out of the great European gold hoard were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. That only makes sense. The Philadelphia Mint was closest to our East Coast, and these double eagles were sent by ship in mint bags to those banks in Europe. Now, the San Francisco Mint also struck gold double eagles. But of course, the San Francisco Mint was established to strike coins for commerce serving our western states. And that is where most of the coins remained that were struck at the San Francisco Mint. Very few St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco made their way to the East Coast, let alone in uncirculated condition in mint bags, and to then be sent on ship to banks in Europe. I have San Francisco minted gold double eagles for you today. Rare gold double eagles. The largest gold coins ever struck for commerce by the United States Mint. And they were struck at the San Francisco Mint in 1914, folks. 1914, San Francisco minted gold double eagles. We have a limited quantity. I'm going to show you some charts in just a few minutes which will help explain exactly how rare these coins are. You take a look at these coins, it's extraordinary. Now, over the decades from the 1800s through 1933, the U.S. Mint struck gold coins in many different denominations. And we've got a chart showing you the different denominations of gold coins. Since the beginning of the Mint, they've struck many different denominations of gold. First of all, the very smallest denomination gold coin that the Mint has ever struck is a $1 gold piece that you see right there. Right next to it is a $2.50 gold piece. It's referred to as the quarter eagle. And then the coin next to it is a $3 gold piece. And then right after the $3 gold piece, for a very brief period, you had a $4 gold piece, which was referred to as the Stella. And then you had a $5 gold piece, which was referred to as the half eagle, which had about a quarter ounce of gold. And then you had the $10 gold piece, about almost a half ounce of gold, referred to as the eagle. It was referred to as the eagle because up until 1850, the eagle was the largest gold coin struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. When I mean struck for commerce, it means it was the kind of coins that people used for business, to make transactions. It was especially used, heavily used in our banking system. And then in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And our country had an abundance of gold. And so we were then able to strike an even larger gold coin, which again was of benefit to our banking system for commerce, for large transactions. And they were able to strike a coin that was double the size of that $10 gold piece, with about an ounce, almost a full ounce of gold in it. So we simply refer to it as the double eagle. And the St. Gaudens double eagle, first struck in 1907, last struck in 1933, is one of the great classics in all of United States coinage. If you look at magazines about rare coins or books, they more often than that will have a picture of a St. Gaudens double eagle. Here's an auction catalog. You see the portrait of the St. Gaudens double eagle. Rare coin market report, the St. Gaudens double eagle. And most recently, folks, in 1933, the last year of issue, St. Gaudens double eagle sold in auction for almost $20 million, which shattered the old record of, it was around $7.5 million was the old record. And this coin sold for almost $20 million, exceeding expectations. Highest price paid ever for a United States gold coin. And folks, that's just the beginning. I mean, that may be $18, $20 million today. 10, 20, 30 years from now, those kinds of prices will seem like a bargain compared to what they will be in the future. That's my prediction. Let's take a look at these coins, folks. These are Mint-State 64 examples. Mint-State 64, the highest possible grade any coin can receive is a Mint-State 70. There are no St. Gaudens double eagles in Mint-State 70. This is a coin that is virtually mark-free. Look at this coin. How could a coin this large and this heavy? Now, a St. Gaudens double eagle is a little bit smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar or a Peace dollar, about 10% smaller in diameter. However, it's about 25% heavier. A St. Gaudens double eagle is a large, extremely heavy coin. You have one in your hand, and you can feel the weight. You got about an ounce of gold there, folks. Think about that. And gold right now is around $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. In gold alone, you've got almost $1,800 in gold. Now, the fact that these are St. Gaudens double eagles, which were last struck in 1933, is a big deal in itself. The St. Gaudens double eagle is a coin considered among the most beautiful, artistic, numismatic creations in the history of the United States Mint. The coin is named after the artist himself, Augustus St. Gaudens. And the fact they were struck in San Francisco, of all places, is miraculous. But what really makes this an opportunity, I would earnestly ask you to consider these St. Gaudens double eagles struck in San Francisco over 100 years ago. The coins you are looking at are among the finest surviving specimens. Again, Mint-State 64 condition, which means that these coins, which were struck for commerce, have somehow miraculously survived over 100 years in near mark-free condition. You have to understand just the process of minting these coins. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the Mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines, They would go through the inspection and adjustment department, and from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy, so they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. Again, these are really large, heavy gold coins, and gold is a very soft metal. I mean, you look at what's considered the most valuable coin in all of U.S. numismatics. It resides in the Smithsonian. It's the first double eagle ever struck. It's in 1849 with the Liberty design. These were specimen strikes. They only struck 2 examples. Okay, they only struck 2 examples. They didn't strike them, by the thousands or anything. They only struck 2 coins. This is the only survivor. This coin, again, resides in the Smithsonian. It's valued in the tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of dollars. But even though they only struck 2 examples, and this is what is most instructive, if you look at the obverse of that coin in the field below Liberty's chin, you could see 3 very deep reading marks. My guess is that this coin you're looking at was the first example struck. It was ejected into the bin. The obverse was facing up. And then the second example that was struck, when it came down into the bin, the rim of that second coin hit right there in the field at around 8 o'clock. And those are the reading marks from that second coin. So even though only 2 were struck, this example you were looking at most would grade MS-63, maybe MS-62, because of those very deep marks. And when you look at the entire Smithsonian collection of United States gold coins, the Smithsonian is considered to have the finest collection of United States coins in the world. And if you look at their 1914S St. Gaudens Double Eagle, folks, their 1914S is an exceptional, extraordinary, uncirculated Mint State 62. A beautiful Mint State 62. But that's a full 2 points below the grade that we have these fabulous survivors that I have for you today. MS-64. These coins in this condition, I have a limited quantity, as I said before. In this condition, they really should not even exist. These treasures, these crown jewels, these most precious pieces of American history, our heritage, struck in 1914 at the San Francisco Mint. Now that mint was actually called the Granite Lady because of its granite walls, which were many feet thick. The walls were so sturdy and overbuilt that the Mint was one of the few buildings still left standing after the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. These Granite Ladies struck St. Gaudens Double Eagles with the S Mint mark to signify they were struck in San Francisco. The S Mint mark is tiny, folks, but it is oh so important, and you see it right above the date there. That tiny little S is so incredibly important, and these coins are so incredibly well preserved. Now, this first chart here shows the total number of St. Gaudens double eagles struck by the U.S. Mint over the entirety of the series, over 70 million coins. The number of survivors in uncirculated condition, MS-60 and higher grade, only about 2.5% out of the original mintage. That's 25 coins out of 1,000. And that's MS-60, MS-61s, MS-62s. Most of those are in lower mint state grades, folks. And again, most of these coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Here's the second chart that is really most instructive. Now, on the occasions we've been able to offer St. Gaudens double eagles, again, the Philadelphia Mint issues are the ones that we most frequently have access to. And here you can see the number of examples graded by PCGS over the last 35 years. 1924P is the most common. They've certified over 300,000 examples, and in 6.4, 102,000 examples. That's the most common. 1908P, no motto, next in line. 1927P, 166,000. All grades, 53,000 in 6.4. All Philadelphia Mint issues, folks. You get down to the 1914S at the very bottom there. 22,000 examples in all grades, only 6,400 in MS-64. And it's those coins that we have for you today, folks. Now, why do these coins exist at all? Again, they were struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. They went into circulation. They were heavily used in the banking system. These coins should not exist. The only reason that they exist is, ironically, because of the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other hand, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10-year imprisonment or both. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. And again, most of those double eagles, St. Gaudens double eagles, were from the mint that was closest to the East Coast, the Philadelphia Mint. Very few San Francisco Mint struck coins made it from the West Coast to the East Coast to a bank in Europe. And not only that, but to make it in this condition, this is extraordinary, folks. Mint State 64. If you never buy another United States rare coin ever again, these 1914S gold double eagles I have today are a coin I would most passionately implore you to own. Take this opportunity to acquire these while I have them, folks. This is a classic design, considered by many to be the most beautiful coin ever struck, with that beautiful, beautiful portrait of liberty on the obverse, striding forward, a torch of freedom in her right hand, olive branch in her left. Look at the luster. No heavy dings or scratches. It's like the coin was struck yesterday, so incredibly well preserved. I mean, we had a bag of these, folks. Most of the 14S's in that bag rated MS60, MS61, MS62. They were very heavily bag marked. These were the finest examples from that bag. MS64. We couldn't believe the quality of these coins. Now, if you're new to numismatics and you're trying to understand exactly what MS64 represents, very briefly, coins are graded on a 70-point scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. The lower the number, the heavier the wear of the coin. Anything 60 and above is a coin that's never been in circulation. It's uncirculated. 70 is the highest possible grade. That represents perfection. There are no coins struck before the 1960s that have ever graded in 70, folks. The Mint has struck billions and billions of coins, from cents to gold double eagles, prior to the 1960s. Not a single example has ever been certified in flawless 70 condition. They don't exist. A St. Gaudens double eagle in the condition of these San Francisco struck issues means they are coins that are uncirculated with very, very few minor bag marks. This is an extraordinary grade for a double eagle from this early vintage era, especially from the San Francisco Mint, that had to make that journey from the West Coast, 3,000 miles by train, to the East Coast and then to be shipped to banks in Europe. To survive in this condition, I started out talking about timing. Timing is everything. And this is the perfect time, folks, because never has the premium for rare United States gold been as small as it is today. There was an article not too long ago in a publication for coin dealers. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? And I read the article, and it's like the author had been watching my presentations, because there's an important line in here that's something I've been telling you for the last several years. One sentence. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. Now, what they mean by spot is the price of gold per ounce. So currently, gold has been bouncing around between $1,700 and $1,800 an ounce. Now, when they talk about a perspective on generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold double eagles, like that 1924P, like that 1908 that we showed you in the charts, with the highest populations. This is a rare date, 1914S. It was about 25 years ago. I remember when gold was around $400 an ounce, I had an MS-63 double eagle that I sold to a dealer for about $3,500. Again, gold was about $400 an ounce, and it was a common date double eagle. So I sold that coin in MS-63 for almost 10 times the gold value. Now again, that was when gold was $400 an ounce. Now we have gold around $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is $17,000, $18,000. And these are 1914S's in MS-64. Now, as great a time as it is to buy, it's most important that you understand that we base our prices not on what the market will bear, but on our cost. Gold double eagles, folks, are being offered by other dealers for tremendous premiums at the present time. 1927D, very rare date. Here's one in MS-63 that sold for about $1.3 million. But the 1914S, a really, really scarce date, folks. Here's a couple. These were recent sales. Here's one in MS-63 that sold for over $4,000. Now that's MS-63, folks. That's a point below the pieces we have for you today. We have MS-64s. Here's another one. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback, an MS-62 for over $4,600, which again, those are market prices. The key to our success is that we don't base our prices on what the market will bear. We base it on our cost. We acquired this deal that came out of Europe. We have the finest examples in MS-64 today. And folks, call in now, because I have these coins for under $4,000 a coin. Under $4,000 a coin. Remember, they've got about an ounce of gold. In gold value alone, it's almost $1,800 just in gold value. But these are rare 1914S's. I'd say Smithsonian quality, but they're superior to the Smithsonian specimen. And we have them for only $3,795, a limited quantity. It has been probably about a year since I've been able to offer 1914S's in the condition you see them now. And never in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples of these 1914S's, so superb. And it's available on a 2-payment option. So if you can't swing the entire $3,795 today, call in now, put half down of $1,897.50, and we will hold one of these coins for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. This is so exciting. Again, you know, the United States Mint, folks, is doing a great job for collectors. They are striking beautiful new coins every year. Great, fabulous new gold coins every year. But to get something that's a classic from this early era, 1933 and earlier, when these coins were struck for commerce, when they didn't receive any kind of special handling, you buy a modern gold coin from the mint today, and the coin is essentially flawless. The gold coins struck by the mint today are struck, they're individually handled, they're put in their separate cases, they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. They grade very, very high because they go straight to collectors. These coins were struck for commerce to be used as spending money. They were heavily used in the banking system. Nobody cared about preserving the quantity. Most were circulated. Those that are not circulated, that are uncirculated, are heavily bag marked. These are uncirculated specimens. They never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. And to survive the journey from San Francisco to a bank in Europe and back to the US in this kind of condition, Sasha, we need to give our viewers one last look at one of these coins in Mint State 64. These are a miracle, folks. This is a miracle. This really is a dream come true. If you have never bought a rare United States coin before, this is the time to do it. Take a look at this 1914S. Again, the small S mint mark above the date there. There you have Liberty. And then the eagle on the reverse of this coin. I always like to say that this is the one coin where the reverse is as beautiful as the obverse. Of all the United States coins ever struck by the United States Mint, in my opinion, the eagle on the St. Gaudens double eagle is the most beautiful embodiment of the American eagle of all the coins ever struck. You look at this eagle in full flight, its wings outstretched on an upward trajectory, folks. The rays of the sun behind it. In God we trust below. So inspirational. It's just breathtaking. It's a coin, even if you didn't know the value, whether it was worth $5 or $50,000 or $1 million, you have to love this coin. And the fact that we have it at such a great price, that it has so much history, that it's what our country is all about. Daily reminders of who we are. Liberty. In God we trust. The United States of America. In this most beautiful coin, folks. This is our shared heritage. This is our history. This is the kind of coin you definitely want to keep in your family. If you're able to acquire 1, 2, or 3 of these examples, if you can swing one for each of your kids or grandkids, this is a coin you want to pass down to your children and grandchildren, folks, and tell them the story. This is the story of our country right here on this coin, 1914, struck at the San Francisco Mint, the Granite Lady. Miraculous survivors, coins that should not exist in the condition we have them for. But by a miracle, a small group were shipped in bags to banks in Europe. Instead of being melted down, they were shipped and stored in banks in Europe since the 1930s, and we have among the finest examples for you today. I hope you can swing at least one. Thank you for watching. Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska.
And I'm Caitlin Tamaska.
Thank you for watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Stay tuned for another great presentation coming up next.
Jack and Rick here, the coin guys. What we have, Jack, is huge. Huge as in the best we have ever handled, ever seen. This is truly extraordinary. This is something, the kind of opportunity, it reminds me of the great European bank hoard, which featured some incredibly rare United States gold double eagles that we're able to offer our viewers at just below market prices.
Right.
This, folks, is the great American silver dollar hoard.
Right. And I'm sure people are wondering, but we have.
That's not even a half a bag,
No,
Jack.
this is just a small portion of the dollar hoard that we are sorting through and cherry picking the best coins.
Approximately 50 bags and these were uncirculated mint state silver dollars. This is it's the greatest hoard of uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have ever seen or handled in our lifetime. Again, approximately 50 bags, folks. This is one of the great silver dollar hoards in the history of U.S. numismatics. Bags and bags and bags put away for decades and decades and decades of uncirculated. I have to stress that. They're uncirculated. They're never been in circulation.
Exactly. These aren't your typical circulated, low-grade, slick Morgan dollars, Peace dollars.
And we're going to show you the difference in just a few minutes. But there are mixed dates, all struck between 1878 to 1935. 1935 was the last year of the Peace Dollar series.
Correct.
Jack, I do believe that, you and I, we work so hard, harder than any other coin team, I believe, in the country, to be able to find these most extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime, rare coin finds for our viewers, you folks watching, and to be able to offer them at the lowest possible collector-friendly prices. As a collector, you and I are both collectors at heart.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
There is nothing more exciting and satisfying than knowing that we have a rare coin find that quite often represents a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our viewers.
Right. And in all my years, I worked at Stax, Rare Coins in New York, the oldest auction house, numismatic coin company in the country. Never did we have a hoard of brilliant uncirculated silver dollars like this.
Jack, you just mentioned Stax Auction House. Now, folks, you need to know a little bit about Stax Auction House. It's the oldest, most established rare coin auction house in the country, Jack.
Right.
You were a buyer at Stax for almost a decade.
Oh yeah, I worked in the counter there for over 7 years. I saw a lot of coins there. I mean, Stax goes back to the 30s, back to the Great Depression, and they've handled pretty much all of the greatest rarities in U.S. coins. They handled the first U.S. silver dollar from 1794, and it's an amazing
Folks,
coin.
He said the first U.S. silver dollar. He's not talking about the first year silver dollars were struck. 1794 was the first year they were struck. Jack is talking about the first 1794 silver dollar struck, period. The first silver dollar ever struck. Fine, extraordinary condition.
Right, and even a low-grade coin, it's about $100,000 coin. This particular coin, it's a special coin. You just look at it, you can tell this was not made like a normal coin.
Specimen 66. You were able to handle that with Stax Auction House.
When we got deals of silver dollars, and usually it was first off like a cigar box with like 5 coins or something. And once in a while, if we did get lucky enough where someone came in with a bag, a large quantity, those coins were circulated. They weren't uncirculated coins like we have here. They were just worn coins that people saved after they had been used in commerce for decades. So what we have here is just the most thrilling hoard of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars I've ever seen, and probably will ever see. I mean, this is just such a unique opportunity for a coin collector to be able to have this kind of group of coins.
Folks, other dealers, other shows may talk the talk, but Jack and I walk the walk. We have put together some of the finest collections for our clients over the years in Peace dollars, Morgan dollars, gold double eagles. we worked so hard at assembling these sets that we have for you today because Jack and I recognize what a truly great buying opportunity cherry picking the finest Morgan and Peace dollars represent for you folks out there watching today. This is a great collector-friendly opportunity. If you've never acquired a rare Peace dollar before, this is the time to start. The set we've assembled, Jack, we're calling it our perfect Peace dollar collection.
Right.
It's the ideal combination, offering exceptional, eye-appealing, extremely scarce, and uncirculated Peace dollars at the lowest possible collector-friendly price. And today, Jack and I have cherry-picked some of the finest examples, selected especially for all our viewers who have never owned a superb, uncirculated silver dollar before. This is that moment in time to start collecting these coins, because not only have we selected some great, high-quality examples of some great dates, but we have them again at a great, great collector-friendly price.
Right.
Please take a look at the first coin we were offering that Jack and I have selected for you folks in this collection.
The coin we have here is the 1923 Philadelphia P Mint. And you can see these are just beautiful
That is
coins.
stunning. Boy, look.
Look at that luster.
We're getting a close-up on this. This is a brilliant uncirculated, folks, and that is so important because Morgan and Peace dollars are all about condition rarity. Look at this coin. It looks like it was just struck.
That's stunning.
Yeah, you have to understand, folks, these coins were struck. They were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. They all have a lot of bag marks, almost all of them anyway. From the bin, they go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags. They were thrown on the trains across the country.
Right.
To survive an uncirculated condition is so unique.
No, it's a minor miracle.
And usually they're very heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's some Peace dollars, Jack. I went into a local coin shop that I bought, and most people probably have Peace dollars or Morgan dollars in their home.
Right,
but
right.
like you say, they're almost always circulated. For example, this is happens to be a rare date. In uncirculated condition, this coin is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. 1934. Struck at San Francisco,
But this particular coin is far from uncirculated.
Yes,
this is
very heavily circulated, and this is how most of your Peace
very
dollars.
fine or so, maybe.
Yeah. Here's another example. 1926. Now, Jack, though, even if they're uncirculated, they're again usually heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's, folks. I have your typical uncirculated 1923P. Now, before the show, I cracked this holder around the edges. You can see it's all broken around the edges, so I'll be able to remove the top.
You have to use a hammer. NGC is pretty. These holders are not easy to open.
You have to whack it really hard.
You have to damage them pretty seriously.
These are airtight holders. By the way, these holders that you see by NGC, they're state-of-the-art holders. These are the holders the Smithsonian uses for their collection. So anyhow, you can see at the top there, it's graded at mint state. It's a mint state 60. But it's it's a mint state 60. I'm going to take the top now that I broke apart so I could remove it. We could zoom in and you could see the typical bag-marked, uncirculated Peace dollar. And you could see all the marks over the surface of the coin and the face, just myriad marks all over the surface, just through the process of minting the coin.
Right.
They're struck, dumped into bins, go through coin counting machines,
sorted,
thrown into
counted.
bags. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
and so even though it's never been in circulation, it has a lot of marks on it.
And those mint bags are heavy. I mean, you have to imagine this coin is in a bag of 1,000 coins.
Very heavy.
It's about 55, 60 pounds of coins. And when they're moving these on trains into banks and stuff, these guys are not tenderly putting them. They're tossing them and dropping them, and they're just banging against each other.
Now, we're talking about condition rarity.
Right.
There are two kinds of rarity when we're talking about rare coins, folks. First of all, there's coins with absolute rarity. Right. One of the most famous coins, 1913 Liberty Nickel.
Right, very famous.
They only struck 5 in proof.
Right.
So even if you own the lowest grade example of the 5, it's worth
millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Oh, yes.
even though it's the lowest grade, because it's rare in any condition. Morgan dollars and peace dollars were struck in the hundreds of millions. Most of them that are circulated, like these coins here, I was able to pick them up at the coin shop for $35, $40. But to get them in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really rare. Here's a chart showing the total number of peace dollars struck through the entire series. Peace dollars were struck from 1921 to 1935, over 24 different dates and mint marks. Over the entire series, they struck about 190 million coins. But of those, only 1.3 million have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition. That's less than 1%.
Right.
That is what's called condition rarity. Less than 1%, folks. That's why when you look at the values of uncirculated peace dollars over the last many years, here's a chart that compares the price of bullion to the price of uncirculated peace dollars. Now, Jack and I have never promoted bullion on our show. I mean, I remember a lot of shows would talk about bullion. I remember back in 2012 when silver bullion was around $32 an ounce. They were telling their clients to back up the truck because all these experts were predicting silver would be worth $100, $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or by the year after. I mean, these experts, to me, they were like the proverbial broken clock. They were, they were right twice a day. You never heard about all their lousy predictions, like the fact that silver's around $25 an ounce. So all those people that back the truck up, they're really in the hole. On the other hand, we have talked about uncirculated Morgan dollars and peace dollars. Right. Back in 2012, a complete uncirculated set of peace dollars, and just lowest grade mint state 60 was around $4,000. And here we are, while silver has gone down in value, the price of an uncirculated mint state 60 peace dollar set has increased in value dramatically because of the condition rarity. Right. They're not minting or mining new uncirculated peace dollars. They were last struck in 1935. What there was, what they struck is all there is. So when we came across this hoard that had been put away for decades and decades and decades, and today we get to pass our good fortune on to you. The first coin we have in this set, the 1923p. Take a look at these 23p's we have for you today, folks. We've got these 23p's. You take a look at these. If you want one example, call in now. We've got 6 different peace dollar dates in total in this set, but we're starting with the 23p because this is the most common date in the set. It's the most common peace dollar, but in an uncirculated condition, it's a scarce coin. We've got these coins for only $69 a coin. For the 1923p, cherry-picked by Jack and I. Hand-selected, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition. $69 a coin. If you've never bought a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar before, this is the perfect time to start, to get a brilliant, uncirculated example. Not a circulated piece. Right. Again, I've seen shows where they show silver dollars and they're circulated. Most peace dollars are circulated.
I mean, these are coins that are virtually 100 years old now, and they look like they're brand new.
Exactly.
And they're not. They're almost 100 years old.
And it's only $69. Now, here's where it gets even better. I put together this chart where I'm listing all the Morgans and peace dollars in uncirculated condition in order of their condition rarity, from the most common dates to the rarest dates. And this first page here are the most common dates. And there you see the 23p at the top. The next coin you're going to get is a 22p, considerably more elusive than the 1923p. We pulled a couple comps for the 1922p here, Jack. There's an MS61, kind of some toning that doesn't look so attractive. MS61 for $500. There's an MS63 for $632. That's the one that sold in auction. That's sold in auction for $632. There's one in MS62. Again, that looks like, it doesn't look very attractive to me for
No.
over $1,800, okay? Take a look at the 22Ps we have here, folks. The 23P is $69. If you want to add a 1922P to your collection, you get the 2 coins, folks, for $119.95. In other words, the 22P is an additional $51. The pair for only $119.95. If your coin budget is only $150 a month, this is the perfect place to start. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923P, and then the next coin, the 1922P. And now, Jack, this is where it gets even better, because you look on that page.
Right.
The third coin we have is the 1925P, and it's considerably rare.
Much rarer.
About 6 times rarer than the 1923P. Only around 55,000 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Extremely elusive. You take a look at the 25P we have that we are including in this set. Again, we bought this incredible silver dollar hoard of mixed dates. And when we get good fortune that comes our way, there's nothing we enjoy more than passing that opportunity on to you.
So it's not 6 times as much money.
It's not 6 times. It's not 6
should
times.
be.
It's not 3 times. It's not double as the price. In fact, folks, you get all 3 coins for only $179.95. Less than $60 for all 3 coins. $60 each, $179.95 for the 3 coin set. It really doesn't get any better than that. $179.95 for a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923P, a 22P that's even more elusive than the 23, and then a 25P that's about 6 times rarer than the 23P. I'm getting you should talk for a while.
It's so
now, Jack. I'm getting
I
tongue-tied
understand.
here.
It's exciting when we get coins that are this beautiful and we can offer them at these kind of prices. It does get a little. It can be a little overwhelming.
Now,
I mean,
we already have people calling in. Again, there's 6 coins total that we're offering today, folks. We have people calling in. We've Jack. We have some open lines, but I understand we've already had some people ordering the complete 6-coin set. They haven't even seen the other 3 coins yet. Well, let's go to the second page here.
Yeah, because they get rarer and rarer.
This is where Jack and I really knock it out of the park, because now we're getting into some really, really rare coins. Second page, we're calling these the scarce dates. You can see there are no peach dollars on this page. There's some Morgan, they're all Morgan dollars. You have dates like the 81cc and the 85cc on that page. Those are $1,000 in uncirculated mint state condition.
Famous coins, 78cc. Those are some famous rare coins.
But the coins next coin we have, Jack, is even rarer than the coins that are on this page.
That's exciting.
The next page we have a couple peach dollars on there, 21P. That's really rare. Here's a couple 21Ps I have here, Jack. Now, we're not offering the 21P, but you see it's highlighted in black there. But a 21P, here's one MS60 details, and this is a PNG deal. MS60 is a $550 coin. Again, uncirculated MS60, but again, clean, details.
Damaged coin.
It's damaged. It's pretty much like a circulated coin once you clean it, folks. None of the coins we offer are cleaned or damaged. They're brilliant uncirculated specimens that Jack and I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb and cherry-picked out of these bags. And this coin by itself is $550. Here's another example. Same thing, details, meaning it's been cleaned.
Right.
A PNG dealer, Professional Numismatist Guild.
Right.
That's a tongue twister. I'm a PNG member. Again, it's a $500 coin. The coin we have is even rarer than the 21P. It's on the next page. Take a look at this. This is extraordinary, Jack. This is where we were so fortunate, folks, to get a handful of these rarer dates in some of these bags. Because the next coin we have is a
22D.
22D. 22D.
As you see there with those pops, much
Only
scarcer than
7,500 coins certified. There are coins on this page, folks, in mint state condition that are $1,000, $2,000 and more.
easily.
Take a look at the 22D we have. This is the fourth coin in the set. The 4-coin set with the 22D is $269. That's all 4 coins, not just for the 22D, all 4 coins. 1922D. Now the D, the mint mark on these piece dollars is fascinating.
Yeah.
The mint mark on the reverse, when you turn it over, it looks like they use the same mint mark for the Mercury dime.
it's very small.
Tiny.
It's just there below the word 1, just above the eagle's feather, tail feather there. Near the rim. It's about 7, 8
There we
o'clock
go. We're
near the
zooming
rim.
in there.
It's
Now
so
you can
tiny.
see the tiny little D. That is the mint mark on the piece dollar.
But it's so important. It's so important to
It is.
designate this coin was struck in Denver.
Yes, because so the 22D is over 10 times rarer than the 22P.
Right.
And
It's a
so the
lot rarer.
22D is in the set, and the whole set is only $269. So we're passing our good fortune on to you. We got a handful of some of these rare dates. The 5th coin in this set. Well, Jack, we had to have a peace dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint.
yeah, of
The
course.
Peace dollars were struck at 3 mints: Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco.
Right. So we needed to add an S mint. We decided on the 22S.
We're so lucky
Again,
to get some
tough date.
22S's.
Oh yeah, tough date. You saw on that chart, there's about 6,300 coins graded, mint state.
6,300 coins.
So a much tougher date, and we thought that was important to add some of these tough dates as we're going through this hoard. We're finding coins. We're figuring out what is there enough to make a few sets. And we found these coins. We thought this is the perfect coin to put in this set. It's an S mint, so condition rarity, tough date, scarce coin.
So fortunate to find some of the 22S's in this bag. So we're able to offer it at this kind of price.
Right. Yeah. This is just $379, and that's not for the 22S. That's now for the 5 coins.
The
4
5
prior
coin
coins
set.
we talked about. Adding in this 5th coin, just $379.
And
there's some, as you know, obviously we're getting into some much scarcer dates. That 22S.
There you see the S,
the 22D.
yes, again, the tiny mint mark there, Jack.
Right, yep.
There's a San Francisco mint mark. That's, again, so important. This is not a 22P. This is about, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times rarer than a 22P?
Right, much rarer.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
A 22 San Francisco mint piece dollar. And that's all for $379. Now, folks, again, we got a lot of people calling in the 6-coin set. We said it's a 6-coin set. Sasha, what's the 6th coin? Let's go continue on with our chart here, our condition rarity chart. What's next on that chart?
Oh, it's not even on that page.
It's not on that page. Let's go to the next page. Where is that coin? Here we are, the last coin in the set. Here we get into the extremely rare dates, fewer than 4,000 certified. Wow. We did get some 23Ds, Jack, only 3,600 graded. And you look there, for example, 1879cc. Folks, 1879cc, I mean, even in AU condition.
Oh yeah,
AU condition is a $4,000 coin.
It's a famous coin, 79cc. Everybody collects Morgan's.
Yeah.
That is a hard coin to get. It's an expensive coin.
Typical low-grade example, MS62, which is a good grade, but it's over $6,000, and that's where the market is for 79cc. Well, you're getting into silver dollars that have incredible condition rarity. So going back to that chart there, we've got this last coin to find a handful of these 23Ds in these bags.
Right.
You take a look at this, folks. We've got the last coin, the entire 6-coin set. Jack, it's $595. That's less than $100 a coin.
That's a great
including
value.
the 23D.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary value. This is just a great value. I mean, those 3 mint-marked coins there alone, we just showed you on the rarity chart how few of them exist in mint state. Those 3 coins alone could easily cost well over $600. But for $595 for this 6-coin set, plus on top of it, we're going to put it in a nice wood box for you to store them in. It's a great collection for the price. It's just an extraordinary price for this collection.
Yeah, we've got this presentation box for the 6-coin set, folks. This Peace Dollar collection. Again, we've got a lot of folks call. Do we have any open lines here? 2 open lines. Jack, we're not doing our job here. We shouldn't have any open lines for this.
Right.
Folks, well, let me just
Let's make
circle
sure they
back
understand.
a little bit.
Let's make sure they understand just how rare these coins
I've handled
are.
some of the finest silver dollar collections. I've assembled some of the finest.
Absolutely.
My clients have gotten awards for some of the.
Right.
Sasha, where is that plaque for one of my clients? For the finest known Morgan dollar collection in 2006.
Right.
I have clients who have some of the finest known silver dollar collections. That was the #1 set on the NGC registry. And here we have some extraordinary Peace Dollars, a horde of Peace Dollars and Morgan Dollars, the likes of which I have never handled. You never handled in your years at Stax.
Right.
We were really fortunate, and the nice thing is we're able to assemble this in such a way that even if your budget is only $100, we're starting with the 1923P because that was the coin that was the most common in these bags.
Right.
We're able to offer the 23Ps for only $69 a coin. And if you want to get more than 123P, you can get more than one. You can get 10 or 20 if you want. And they're $69 a coin. But then if you want to build a set, the second coin we have is a tougher coin. Considerably more difficult, the 22P. But we're able to offer the pair for only $119.95. In other words, an additional $51, an even lower price than the 23P. But then this is where we start really, I mean, this is a triple right here. If you can afford 3 examples for $179.95, we're including the 1925P, which is about 6 times rarer than the 23P. And here's where you're getting to some really scarce coins in uncirculated mint state condition. But then this is where we really knock it out of the park because the 4th coin is the very scarce 1922D. In fact, on my rarity chart, it's a rare date. Only 7,541 examples certified in mint state condition by NGC. And we've got this 22D included in the set, all 4 coins, for only $269. Now, I understand we've got a lot of people buying the entire 6-coin set. The entire 6-coin set's $595, but this 4-coin set for only $269 is a tremendous value. If that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start.
Right.
You can't do any better than that. Now, the 5th coin we have, because you're getting that 22D, now the 5th coin we have includes, as you point out, a San Francisco mint issue, the 22S, which is even rare, only 6,400 examples certified. So you're getting all 3 mints, the P, D, and S in the 5-coin set, and you're getting it all for $379. So we're getting a lot of people calling in. Do we have any open lines? The lines are currently locked right now. If you just hold on, we will get to you, folks. Just be patient on this. This is a riveting offer. This is the perfect place to start, our perfect Peace Dollar offer here for the collector of today's. Such collector-friendly prices. The 5-coin set for only $379. But then, if you want the monster set, if you want all 6, we've got the 1923D.
Right.
Only 3,678 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Could we get a hand shot of this last coin, Sasha? 1923D, and again, that tiny little Denver mint mark, which means everything, because this coin is about roughly 100 times rarer than the 23P.
Right.
Because it has that tiny little Denver mint mark there, right at about 8 o'clock, right above the tail feathers. And the whole set is only $595 in the custom case. This is the kind of set, folks, this is the kind of set that Jack and I specialize in, offering you coins with tremendous future potential, coins that offer tremendous eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting this entire 6-coin set for only $595, less than $100 a coin.
Yeah, I could easily see a few of these coins individually selling for that much money.
I mean, we talked about, again, some of the rarest Morgan dollars, like the 1893S. in just mint state 60. AU examples are $50, $70, $80,000.
Right.
The lowest mint state examples are over $100,000. And here we've got some really tough piece dollars, the entire set for $595 with tremendous, tremendous condition rarity, tremendous eye appeal.
Right. Yeah, the beautiful coins. Stunning.
These are our selections from this great American silver dollar hoard, an extraordinary hoard of approximately 50 bags of mixed states Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have cherry-picked because, again, these are really choicer examples from these bags. Right. And we were so fortunate to get some rare dates in these bags that we've been able to include in these sets at such collector-friendly prices.
Right.
Again, these are not your circulated Peace dollars.
No, these are not these worn out
so
coins.
Important.
These are not these worn out coins.
They're uncirculated.
These are uncirculated coins. Like here, I'm just pulling coins out of the bag, and we cherry picked, but we almost didn't have to.
We're very careful.
These bags were well taken care of. Like, look, I just pulled this right out of this bag. I mean, these are the kind of coins that we're finding.
These bags were put away for decades and decades and decades, folks. Remember, the last Peace dollars were struck in 1935. Some of these coins were put away in the 1930s. Okay, this is a long, long, old collection passed down through generations from the family where they had these Peace dollars. It's extraordinary. It's the great American silver dollar hoard that we have here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So, in closing, this is the finest group of silver dollars we've ever handled. Right. It's extraordinary. I hope you can get at least one coin, that 23p, for $69 in brilliant uncirculated condition. If you can swing the entire set, folks, please do so.
Oh, yeah.
From the Coin Guys, I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Great to be here.
But please stay tuned. Please stay tuned, because you never know what we're going to come up with next. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I just had a presentation on some gorgeous, gorgeous Franklins from 1952 through 1963 in proof 67 condition. I don't have any complete sets, as I explained in that presentation, complete sets in proof 67 that include the 1950 and the 1951. I mean, just to have the 52 to 63 sets is so unusual, and it's most of the set is compliments from Harry's Hoard, Harry the Hoarder, that made this all possible. What I do have, folks, this is such a great time to be a collector. To own this complete set, I have the complete set of Franklin half dollars, 1950 through 1963. Every year it was struck in proof. There were no Franklin struck in proof in 1948 or 1949. 1950 was the first year. I have the complete set. And I've included the extremely rare 1956 Type 1 Franklin. The complete set, folks, not in proof 65, but the highest possible grade I have for you today that I'm able to offer you. I have this complete set in proof 66 at an extraordinary price. There is so much opportunity. Again, these are hand-selected for the finest, brilliant, haze-free, spot-free surfaces. These coins in this early packaging, the proof coins are extremely delicate. You could get a very high-grade proof coin, but it would have all kinds of unattractive toning because of the reaction of that delicate silver proof coin with the material it was encased in. And I get offered so many of these coins, and I reject 80 to 90% of them because of that issue. These coins are as pristine and beautiful as the day they were struck 55, 60, 65 years ago. This is an extraordinary set. Again, This is the highest grade complete set I can offer you. I have a limited number of these sets. This is going to be a very short presentation. It's been a long time since I've offered this set in 6.6, and I've never been able to do it to include the Type 1 for the same price. Compliments of Harry the Hoarder, who, again, started putting these coins away decades ago, before there was any talk about a Type 1, Type 2 Franklin. All of that came out in my first book, which came out in 1991. Now also, in addition to the complete set, up above there, I have a limited number of the first year of issue. The rarest coin of all, the 1950. Again, I have very few of these. I get offered all kinds of coins in 6.5 and 6.6 grade, but most of them have hazy toning and spotting. Glue spots are a big problem. These are absolutely gem. Beautiful proof 65. These are 6.5s, folks, that look like 6.7s. Okay, that's what I go for when I buy these. I want coins that look like they're 2 points higher grade. And then right next to it, I have some 6.6s. Look at this coin, absolutely stunning. This is what a proof coin should look like. And again, I have them at a great price for you. A great price. Now, here's how rare these coins are. This is one of the reasons these early sets, again, came in the box sets in 1950 when they started making proofs, resumed proof making at the U.S. Mint. It was like it was a lost art. They hadn't made proof coins since 1942. When they resumed proof making in 1950, I believe they probably had some new personnel there to make these coins, because the typical quality of these early proof Franklins are the worst of the 20th century for half dollars. So to get Franklins like you've just seen, 1950s and 51s, they are so rare, and the mintages are minuscule. Because again, we're just coming out of World War II, just coming out of a depression after World War II. Very, very few people could collect coins. And the technology was horrible. The people, the new people at the Mint, the training, they had no expertise at all in proof making. And then you had the horrible packaging. And so to get a set like this, a complete set in proof 66, or if you just want the 50 in 6.5 or 6.6, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. And Kim's got one last chart to show you. I'm going to show you a few comps, and I'm going to price it out, and then we're going to close it out, because again, I have very few of these. You could see when you get into those early years, at 50, only 3 graded in proof 6.8, NGC and PCGS combined. Did you know that they've graded more 1937 proof walkers? 1937 proof walkers, where they only struck 5,000 coins. NGC and PCGS combined have graded around 20 to 25 examples in proof 68. And they only minted about 5,000 of those. Look how much rarer the 50 is. I mean, it's essentially impossible. We just bought a 50. These coins have been setting all kinds of records. The 1950 you see there just broke a new price record, one selling in auction for almost $23,000. We bought that coin from the high bidder. That was over double the price of the previous 1950. But proof 67s, proof 66s, proof 65s, they are so few and far between. Here's some 1951s. We just pulled off of eBay in proof 64 and 65. These are 1951s, not as rare as the 1950. There's one for $1,250 in proof 64. There's one for $1,350. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. There's one for $1,650. Again, 100% positive feedback on a 1951. Now again, as you saw in the last presentation, if you were here, you could see how a proof 68 set has gone from, in 2011, from around $19,000 to 2016, around $41,000. It's currently over $50,000 for a proof 68 set. Proof 67 set. To put together a nice Proof 67 set right now without the 56 Type 1 would cost me close to $15,000 for a really nice set, like you see here in the Proof 66 set with brilliant haze-free, spot-free coins. These things have exploded in value while silver has really taken a dive over the last several years because these Franklins offer everything you want in a numismatic coin. You're getting coins with extraordinary eye appeal, extraordinary quality, and extraordinary rarity for a most reasonable price. Here's the set, folks. I'm going to price it to you now. Think about this. This is an opportunity I really would ask you to consider. Here's the complete set that includes the ultra-rare 1956 Type 1, the complete set with the ultra-rare 1950, which is the rarest coin of all in this set, followed by the 51 and the 52 from the box set era. Every coin struck in proof, where you have dealers selling the 51 in 6.5 for $1,600. And all these other coins, a dealer selling the 53, I showed you comparable earlier, for $1,200. You add all those comparables up, folks, and this set would be somewhere in the $10,000 to $12,000 range, not including the 1956 Type 1. I have a limited number of these sets. Call in now. They're not $10,000 or $9,000, just $7,900. $5,900 would be a tremendous opportunity, a tremendous value that gives you tremendous long-term potential. To do it for $4,900, folks, is something I did not think would be possible. But because of my relationship with Harry, the fact that I'm acquiring all those decades and decades of proof coins he had put away since the late 1960s, early 70s, and out of there I was able to get some extraordinary Proof 66 coins. I'm able to price this set you see here that includes the 1956 Type 1, which is a $500 coin all by itself. The entire set is only $4,795. The entire set, including the 56 Type 1, $4,795. I have a limited number of these sets. I have, last count, I had 7 sets, folks. 7 sets because, again, of the 1950 and the 51. Those are the... Another one sold. Thank you, David. Another one sold. At the top there, the 1950 in Proof 65. I have fewer than 5 of each. Fewer than 5 of each. The 1950 is only $849. Remember, eBay sellers selling the 51, which is not quite as rare as the 50. The 51 in Proof 65 for $1,600. The 50 is rare. It's only $849 in Proof 65. And in Proof 66, in Proof 66, where 6 7s are selling for over $5,000 right now, these coins in Proof 66 are only $1,595. So I'm wrapping it up right here. Again, just a handful in Proof 65, handful in Proof 66. We've got several people calling in. One last look at this complete set. Got another set sold, complete set, another set sold. That's three sets already. The complete set, as you see here, including the Type 1, every coin struck in proof from the first year they were struck in proof in the Franklin series, 1950, to the last year, 1963, all for only $4,795. An amazing 15-coin set, folks. An amazing 15-coin set. You figure that comes out to just about $300 a coin. Think about that. $300 a coin that includes the 1950, the 1951, and the 1956 Type 1. And again, the 1952 and 1953 are very, very valuable. Those are all worth far more than $300 a coin. The entire set, $4,795. I hope you take advantage of it while I have them. It's a window of opportunity. We've got most of Harry's collection submitted now. There are some, about 20–25% of the coins we still have to submit from his collection. You're seeing some of the finest coins from this incredible estate that I'm able to offer you at just record low prices. A great time to be a collector today, to be able to own this last really great half-dollar series. The last series struck at the Old Philadelphia Mint in proof on 90% silver planchets. Truly the end of an era, using this old technology, this old way of packaging. And that's what makes these coins so special, so rare. And the mintages, starting out, were so small compared to the mintages of today, where they only struck 50,000, 60,000 sets in a given year. And most of those coins survive today in a grade of between proof 60 and proof 63. To get these in proof 66 is just absolutely extraordinary. Thanks for watching.
Rick Tomaska, knowledgeable, honest, sincere, author, PNG member, coin expert, passionate numismatist for 35 years, and founder of Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hello, welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. What I have for you now, these came from Harry the Hoarder's collection. Of course, that wasn't his real name. I used to joke about it. He always used to get a kick from that nickname I gave him, but he was a prolific collector. And he collected large quantities. He was a visionary. The guy was putting away proof sets from the late 60s, early 70s. And he had just incredible select proof sets from this era. The last year, these proof coins were struck at the Philadelphia Mint with this old flat pack design. These 1964 proof sets, the finest specimens that, again, this man was very selective. He had an incredible grading eye. I talked about how he had bags and bags of original 1955S Lincoln cents. Now, that was the last year the wheatback Lincoln cent was struck at the San Francisco Mint. He had bags of these from mint-sealed bags of 5,000 coins. He went through them, submitted the finest examples to NGC. Now, the highest grade NGC has ever given that date is MS67 Red. Their current population, if you look on the NGC website, they've graded around 3,000 examples in MS67 Red. None higher. Almost half of those came from Harry. This is how extraordinary his collection was. So when we're talking about these flat packs that he put aside, we're talking about something that's really a once-in-a-lifetime collector opportunity. He passed away in 2014. I just acquired all of his proof sets. I gave a presentation on the 1956 to 1963 Franklins in proof 6.8 from his hoard that we had graded. We sold out of those. I still have some proof 68s left, but I'm all out of the 1962s, the 1958s. So many of these dates. The Franklins of all years, 1950 through 1963, are in really high demand and high grade condition. And the 1964 is tied in with these because, again, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. They're from the same era. They're the same flat pack design. After 1964, proof making was shut down at the Philadelphia Mint, transferred to San Francisco, where they began incorporating new die preparation technology. They began using a new kind of hard plastic packaging that better preserved the coins. The quality improved once proof making was transferred to San Francisco. This 1964 year set is historic, important in so many ways. Again, it's the last year these proof coins were made at the Philadelphia Mint. It's the only year that the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet at the Old Philadelphia Mint. And again, using these old technologies, this old packaging. Now, folks, they made less than 4 million proof sets in 1964. You have to understand that point number one, when President Kennedy was assassinated in late November of 1963, this was an event that the entire country witnessed because this was the first time we had presidential assassination in the age of TV. And I remember as a little kid, every day when my dad would come home from work, we'd be watching the evening news, and we'd be seeing the events of that week. You know, the day I remember distinctly where I was when he was shot. You know, I was in Mr. Nelson's math class, and all through the week, we were glued to the TV set. And it didn't matter if you were a Republican or a Democrat. I mean, my dad voted for Nixon. My mom voted for Kennedy. But he was our president. So the Mint rushed out this new Kennedy half design in 1964. Supposed to be the Franklin half, but Congress passed some special legislation in December of 1963 to change the design from Franklin to Kennedy. And so the first coins issued were the proof sets for 1964 with the Kennedy half dollar. And I remember when they first arrived at our local coin shop, I could barely get in the door. Now the original issue price of these sets, it was $2.10 when you ordered them from the U.S. Mint. Within a short time, these sets were selling for $20, just about 10 times their original Mint issue price. Now here's the thing, folks. In their haste to get these sets out, quality really suffered. Now, these 64 sets definitely were better quality than the 63 and earlier sets, but there are so many problems that they still encountered. Here's a set, for example. Now, you're expecting these proof coins that are supposed to be the state of the art. You know, the finest possible representation of a coin design the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So you special order your proof set from the Treasury. You wait maybe 2, 3, 4 months. It arrives, and all the coins have fallen together. They've all escaped through their compartments, and they're abrading with one another. Now, there's really nothing you can do about that. That's just one of the problems. Here's another set. You open it up, and you take a look at this, and it looks pretty nice. Much nicer than the other set. However, if you were to cut this coin out of the cellophane compartment, the Kennedy half dollar, you would see a really common problem that so many of these silver issues, the Kennedy, Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, encountered. Milk spots. There's a huge one right in the middle of his cheek, but you can also see a lot of smaller spots around "In God We Trust" and on his neck. These spots were random. They were very, very common. Now, I left it in this envelope because if I had cut it out, you wouldn't believe that you could get such a coin, a proof coin that's meant to represent the state of the art from the U.S. Mint. But such was the case. You see, again, they were in a rush to get these out. One of the procedures was to wash all the coin blanks in a soap solution to get them as clean as possible. And unfortunately, they didn't do a very good job of washing all that soap residue off the blank. So you had this residue still on the blank when it went into the die. You had 200 tons of pressure coming down on that blank. And at that point, the residue was struck into the coin. They're one and the same. We actually had a chemical analysis done on these spots, and it's a residue from a type of soap compound. So while this silver coin is supposed to be 90% silver, once you include this soap residue, you've got a certain percent that's a copper, 90% is supposed to be silver, but then you have this other added material, which might be 0.01%. So actually, this coin is 89.99% silver, or something like that, if you want to be technical. But the point is, these coins were just very, very sub quality. Again, at this old Philadelphia Mint. Now, Harry's collection. What I've got Again, this man was a genius. He was a visionary. He started putting these things away decades before they became popular. He put the nicest sets away. He didn't put these spotted sets. These were spotted sets I've accumulated from other collections. Every set I looked at of Harry's was magnificent. And so what I have for you today are the finest, most spectacular, complete ear sets from 1964 that you will ever see. And I have them in proof 67, proof 68, and the ultimate, the highest matching grade you can get this set in an NGC holder, proof 69. You will love the price because you see, again, I bought the complete collection. And because Harry was so selective, I paid a premium for these sets. But I was well rewarded in the fact that many of these coins came out grading 6.7, 6.8, and even some 6.9s. Now, folks, I've seen the Kennedy just by itself in proof 67. Top-rated dealers selling that coin for $200 and $300 just for that Kennedy $half. The other denominations I've seen on average, the penny, the cent, the nickel, dime, quarter for $50, $60, $70 a coin. This set would normally, if you bought the coins individually, be $300 to $400 or more. These are extremely rare. Take a look at these numbers. Total number certified, you had almost 4 million originally struck. By the way, Mint State examples, so the 1964 Kennedy struck for commercial use, they struck over 400 million. So that's a ratio of over 100 to 1. But of all these over almost 4 million sets, to this date, NGC has only graded a mere 12,000 in proof 67 for the $half, 2,700 for the quarter, 3,800 for the dime, 1,600 for the nickel, and about 2,000 of the Lincoln cents in proof 67. These are the elite from 1964, folks. I'm going to price this set out to you, folks. Again, if you were even to find a spectacular 1964 set, almost virtually all of these sets, as you saw in the previous presentation, have been picked through at this point, 50 times over, folks. The sets you find are spotted, the coins are toned, unattractive. These are jewels. If you, by some miracle, found a monster set, the cost of that set, the cost to get each of these coins graded would be about $25. That's about $125 just for the grading fee. To have them shipped back registered mail would be at least another $20. You're in that for $150. It doesn't even include the cost of the coins. And that assumes you're going to get a proof 67. The fact is there are a lot of small hairlines on most of these proofs from this era, and they usually grade proof 65 or proof 66. This entire set, all 5 coins, are not $4.99 or $3.99 or $2.95. I saw one on eBay recently for $295. That's the best price I've seen for a complete 1964 year set in a long, long time. I've got this set, again, because I acquired them in this collection, because he was so selective, because I got a larger percentage of 67s and 68s than I normally would have. My cost is lower than it normally is, and I'm passing that savings on to you. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, this entire set, folks, is only $169. $169 for the entire 5-coin set. That's less than $35 a coin, $169, and that's for the Kennedy $half in there. And if you want to get 3 sets, it gets even better, because you can own 3 sets. While I have these, again, I have a good quantity of them, but they are limited. Just as I had with the original Proof 68 Franklin sets, I had a large quantity, and I still have some Proof 68 Franklins left, but I ran out of a couple dates. I can't offer those sets anymore. Can't offer them until I get some 1962s in, which are not supposed to be a rare date, but it's because these are all becoming very, very rare. 3 sets for only $489. That's $163 a set. And then if you want to get 5, folks, if you want to get 5, it drops down to $159. 5 sets for only $795. Now, if you want to take a step up, take a look at these Proof 68s. 1 point from the highest possible grade you can make any matching 1964 year set. They don't exist. It's not possible to complete a set in Proof 70, because a lot of these coins have never been graded in Proof 70. Here's a Washington quarter, a top-rated seller on eBay, over 57,000 happy customers, top-rated seller, which means he's had over 57,000 sales of very happy, satisfied customers who were happy with his coins, his quality, and his prices. $100 just for the quarter. I've got this complete set. Take a look, all 5 of these. Look at this Kennedy half dollar. Again, there are dealers selling the Kennedy half dollar alone for over $300 in Proof 68. You won't believe this price, folks. You know, the other sets, the Proof 67s were only $169. That is a fabulous once-in-a-lifetime price. Normally, when you go from 67 to 68, you double the price, at least. You'd expect these sets to be around $395. I've got these sets. Order now if you want to get these phenomenal sets, limited quantities. $189, only $20 more than the 6.7s. And it's only because this man had such a good grading eye that I got a few more 68s than would ever have been possible if it had been any other collection. I'm able to offer these sets for a limited time while I have these coins from Harry's collection for only $189. And if you want to get 3 of these sets, the price drops down to $176.33, folks. That's $35 a coin. $529 for 3 sets. And finally, if you want to get 5 sets, it drops down to less than $35 a coin. $169.80. All 5 sets for only $849. $849 for this last year of the Proof coin struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The last year these coins were struck in Proof on a 90% silver planchet for the Kennedy half dollar, for the Washington quarter, and for the Roosevelt dime. 1965, the Roosevelt dime had no silver content. It was struck in clad. The 1965 Kennedy was struck in 40% silver. These are the last of the 90% silver proofs, and they were the last of the Philadelphia issue proofs, and they're in Proof 68 at a record once in a lifetime. Get one now, the opportunity of a lifetime price, 5 sets for only $849. Now, I've been told we've actually already sold 2 sets in Proof 69, and I haven't even offered the 6.9s yet. Sasha, we better get to the 69s. We've got a lot of people calling in here. This is it. This is the top of the line. The top of the line. The highest grade matching set it's possible to complete. The highest grade Kennedy half dollar. Proof 69. Proof 69. This is the ultimate, folks. This is the ultimate. Finding these in Proof 69. Folks, this is perfection. Perfection. I asked Rick Montgomery, one of the head graders at NGC, will they ever grade a Proof 70 from this early era? He said, no, we won't, because they didn't have the technology. You look at this, this is perfection. They've only graded 3,500 Kennedy half dollars in Proof 69, only 2,500 Washington quarters, 2,700 Roosevelt dimes. The Jefferson nickels, only 2,187 coins. The Lincoln cent. Only 1,699 graded in proof 69. The Lincoln cent, again, a very problematical coin because it's struck in copper. Over 50 years old, a copper coin, no toning, red condition, original red condition. It looks like it was struck yesterday. Highest grade. Here's one on eBay. A proof 69, $187. Just the Lincoln cent. Here's a Washington quarter. That's 100% positive feedback. I mean, these are among the top dealers. There's one for over $600. So you're over $800 for just those two coins. Here's one of the top dealers on eBay. $500 for the 64 Kennedy. You're over $1,300 for this set, for just those three coins. I didn't give you a nickel or dime comp yet. Just those three coins were over $1,300. This is the best ever, I never thought possible price. When these coins are in more demand than ever, I've been working on the third edition of the Complete Guide to Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. Whitman and I had signed another contract. They called me, Rick, can you do a third edition? I said, all right, I'll do a third edition. It's a lot of work, folks, but boy, the market, the collectors out there love these coins from this era. This set, folks, this set, get ready, $359. $359, and this hoard was so magnificent. If you want to own 3 of these sets in proof 69, it drops down to under $350 a set. 3 sets for only $1,049. And then finally, 5 sets for $339 a set. 5 sets for $1,695. Think about that, $339 a set. Far less than what a lot of dealers are asking for the Kennedy half dollar alone. The entire set for only $339 when you get 5. We are getting a lot of folks calling in on this. This is the most exciting Kennedy year set in proof 69 that I'll ever be able to offer. You get into the later years when they were struck at the San Francisco Mint, the quality improved. It becomes easier to get proof 69 coins. There are exceptions. I mean, there were some years at the San Francisco Mint when, for example, the Lincoln cent suffered from a lot of problems with nicks and scratches in the field. And so the Lincoln cent can be surprisingly difficult to get in some of those years at the San Francisco Mint. Notorious in 1971, 1972, notorious for marks. But the Kennedy half dollars from this, the San Francisco Mint era, just phenomenal quality, much higher quality overall than the 1964 Philadelphia Mint Kennedy half dollar, which is the key date in the set. It's the key date in the set. It's the biggie. It's the only year the 1964 Kennedy was struck on a 90% silver planchet. The only year it was issued from the Philadelphia Mint in proof condition. And we've got them here for $1,695 when you can get 5, but this is a limited time offer. Again, folks, this came from an estate, a collection, the likes of which I will never see again. It was so large. I mean, this is a man who collected. He was at every coin show every weekend. He was always on the teletype. He worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, except when he took a day off to go golfing. He was kind of hyperactive. He chain smoked cigarettes, and he drank coffee all day long. And whenever I talked to him, I would get 2 or 3 words in for every 50 he got in. I mean, he was working at, I think I'm talking fast now, just increase that speed by, double that speed, and you'll have an idea of what it was like talking to Harry. But I loved the guy. He was really honest, and I always knew that when he said he had a nice coin, that with his eye, that I could count on him having something nice for me. And this collection from him is just a dream come true for the collector of today. Please take advantage of it. Let's run through it once more. At the very bottom there, we've got these 1964 year sets. We have them in proof 67 condition. which is an extraordinary grade. Dealers are selling the $50 alone for $250, $300. I've got the complete set for only $169. Again, I forgot to mention, these will all be encapsulated in these latest state-of-the-art NGC holders. These holders are sonically sealed. They're airtight. They're made from an inert material, so the coins will not tone. Additionally, the plastics used are the highest medical-grade plastics. They're much more difficult to work with. On the other hand, they will preserve your coins like you see them now. 20, 30 years from now, they will be every bit as magnificent as they are today. The 6, 7 sets, only $169 for one, $489 for three, $795 for five. These magnificent Proof 68s, and this is the buy of the lifetime here, because they're only $20 more, folks. They're not double the price. They're not double the price. They're only $20 more, $189. Don't just get one of these. Get 3 or 5 of these, because I do have a decent quantity of these. They will run out, but for now, I've got a decent quantity. I have 3 sets for only $529 and 5 sets for only $849. That's only $169.80 a set for 6 8s. That's 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. Thank you. 2 sets in 5. 2 sets in 5. And finally, these 6 9 sets, the top of the line. You can't beat quality. Here you have the highest possible matching grade in existence for this last year of the Philadelphia Proof Series. These beautiful, beautiful proof coins from 1964 for only $359. We have dealers selling just the Lincoln cent alone for $150 to $200. Some dealers selling the quarters for $500, $600. The $50, $500. There was one set we saw on eBay in 6/9 for $1,300. And that was a dealer who had over 20,000 happy customers with 100% positive feedback. You know, he had over 20,000 people who liked his coins, liked his prices, been in business for many, many years, and we've got this set. Guarantee you will love this set. You will be so happy. $359 for one. While we have them, you can get 3 for only $1,049 and 5 for the incredible price of $1,695. Think about that. That's 5 sets for just a little bit more than that one top-rated eBay seller was selling a single set for. Right here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's been a thrill. In this last year at the Philadelphia Mint, the only year with the Kennedy $50, these 6/9 sets for those once-in-a-lifetime, opportunity collector price of only $359 if you get one. And if you get 5, it drops down to $339. Got a lot of people calling in. It looks like we still have a bit of a queue here, but we will get you in just a moment. Just stay on there. Take advantage of this, folks, while I have them. This is a great opportunity. This is a window of opportunity for the collector of today to get some truly, truly beautiful, top quality, and truly rare coins at such a great, great price that gives you so much future potential. Thank you for watching. Have I got a great collector special for you folks. brings me back to my earliest days when I attended my first Long Beach coin show. This is early 1980s, and I was a specialist really back then in Morgan dollars. And I had, become a coin collector, you really have to be self-taught in a lot of ways. And you don't go to school to learn how to grade. I mean, you can go to there's ANAX that offers grading, teaches a course in coin grading, but most of us are self-taught. And the early 1980s, there was no PCGS, there was no NGC. When you bought a coin, it was in a coin flip. And the dealer would tell you, what he thought the grade was, and he would price it accordingly. And I had to learn how to grade, because if I took the dealer's word for it, a lot of times the coin was overgraded. And I would take that coin that I had just bought, and show it to another dealer to resell it, and he would tell me that coin isn't that a gem. There's no way I'm going to pay you that kind of money. I could lose a lot of money real fast. So I had to learn how to grade, and I developed a really good grading eye for Morgan dollars, and I would buy them from dealers and resell them to other dealers and do this as a wholesaler. And then it was my first Long Beach show. I came across, it was a Kennedy half dollar, and in fact it was like you see here on the cover of my first book. And it was a beautiful cameo. In other words, the portrait of Kennedy was frosted down here. And the thing is, I knew enough about these early Kennedys in proof and mint state from the 1964 to 1971, 72 era to know that most of them were not cameo. Most of them were what we call brilliant proofs with no cameo contrast. And so when I saw this cameo Kennedy, I thought, wow, that's extraordinary. I mean, obviously that coin is very rare. It's obviously very beautiful, very high quality. And that's everything you want in a great collector coin, a coin with great future potential. You want to have a coin that has tremendous eye appeal for the date, of tremendous quality for the date, and is rare in the condition it's offered in at a great price. And that's what got me interested in cameo proofs in general, and I began to research these coins, and I saw a beautiful cameo 1962 Franklin at that show that I also bought, and I began to write, over several years' time, this first book. I finally completed it. What was it, 1991, I think? It was published in 1991, late 91, early 92. It took me just about 5 years. And I call it Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era, because in this era, folks, this was the era when they were still making proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way. The old-fashioned way meaning very much like they made proof coins back in the 1800s. And I learned all about how they made cameo proofs from a gentleman by the name of Don Weaver, who I acknowledge in all my books, who first started working at the Philadelphia Mint in 1960 as a general helper. In 1965, he was promoted to press operator. He became a general foreman in 1970, production controller in 1973, and from 1981 to 1990, he was the chief of the coining division. So during the research of this book in the 1980s, I was talking to the chief of the coining division. That's, what better source for information, right? And he told me how they used to make cameo proof coins. Now, again, briefly, I'll show you a couple pictures of a difference between a brilliant proof and a cameo proof. It's really simple. I've got a couple Franklin halves here. Here's a 1961. And two 1961s. This one here, notice that there's no frost on the portrait. That's what we call a brilliant proof. This one, notice how frosted the portrait is. That's a cameo. And that's what collectors really love. That beautiful, beautiful cameo look. And Don would tell me, Rick, back in those early days, the way we would make these cameo dies is we had a process we called pickling, where we would take a die and we'd dip it in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And that acid would just frost the die over. Then we would take the die and put it on a buffing wheel, and we'd polish the fields. Now, the portrait is recessed on that die, of course, and so when they polished the fields, the recessed portion didn't receive any of that polishing, so it retained that acid-etched cameo effect. And so the first coins that were struck off that die would have that acid-etched cameo effect transferred to that coin blank. And so you get these beautiful cameo coins. Now, unfortunately, these acid-etched cameo dies were understandably, you can imagine, just very delicate. To make a $50 required just about 200 tons of pressure when they made them in proof, and they were each coin was struck twice, and that acid-etched cameo effect would start wearing away very quickly until it was worn smooth. And then all the subsequent coins would be brilliant proofs with no cameo contrast. And so most of your proof coins struck 1971 and earlier are brilliant proofs with no cameo contrast. Now, this created some real problems among collectors, because you could have one collector who would order 10 sets from the U.S. Mint, and they would all be brilliant proofs, and he would be fine and okay with that, except maybe his buddy next door would ordered one from the U.S. Mint, and he got this coin and he got really lucky, and he'd get this beautiful cameo. So you can understand the problems it would create among collectors. So the Mint in the early 1970s undertook a program to create more of these beautiful cameo coins. We started sandblasting the dies, and then chrome plating them to create this intense, long-lasting cameo effect. And by the late 70s, every proof set you could buy they'd be beautiful cameos, without exception. You bought a 1978 proof set, they would all look like this. Every coin would be a beautiful cameo. But only a few years earlier, that was not the case. A few years earlier, 1970 and earlier, the subject of this book, 1950 to 1970 cameo and brilliant proof coinage. I call it 1968 to 1970 years the last frontier in the $50 series, because these were the last $50 struck on silver planchets using this older technology to create these cameo dies. And this is your typical 1970 set. You see there's no cameo contrast. Kim is going to show you several sets. So I've got some 68s and 69s here as well. This is how most of them come. And they also would develop a lot of hazy toning and become quite unattractive with the toning, but no contrast. And she's got a 68 she's going to show you. 68 is probably the toughest year. See, 1968 was a really tough year because they hadn't made any proof coins since 1964. The Mint struck proof coins in 1964 at the Philadelphia Mint. They then discontinued proof making until 1968. And when they continued and they resumed proof making, it was at the San Francisco Mint. So these were the first proof coins struck at the San Francisco Mint. Now, to get one of these in cameo, folks, is very difficult. In 1968, 1969, or 1970. And here are a couple Kennedy $50 that I have that are in highest NGC grade, proof 69. There hasn't been one graded in just proof 70, not in these early years. You get them in the more modern coins struck in the mid-1970s and later, but not in these early years. And these are proof 69s, but they're typical brilliant. They are typical brilliant proofs with no cameo contrast. What I have today, folks, I have a 1968, 1969, and 1970, not just in proof 69, but proof 69 cameo. This is an incredible collector's special, folks, because I have these rarities at a great price, an outstanding price, because I go through the sets myself. I mean, we have the opportunity to go through tens of thousands of sets every month. And once in a while, we find a nice coin, and then if it gets a grade of 6.7 cameo or 6.8 cameo, we can pass the deal on to you. To show you how rare these are, folks, here's the combined NGC and PCGS populations of these three dates in 6.9 cameo condition. The 68S, they've only graded 591 examples out of a mintage of 3 million. 69 is not as rare as the 68 or 70, 1,500. They have graded 1 in Proof 70 Cameo. That's it. In the 70, only 1,300 coins. 6.9 Cameo. That's why when you see these, they go for strong premiums. Here's a 70 in 6.7 Cameo. 6.7 Cameo, folks. Now today I have these in 6.9 Cameo. That's only $100. But you go up to 6.8 Cameo and the price rises dramatically. $149 in 6.8 Cameo. But here's one now in 6.9 Cameo. $400 for a 6.9 Cameo. And here's a 68 in 6.9 Cameo, $375. Take a look at these pieces in 6.9 Cameo, folks. I don't have a lot of these sets. This is going to be a short presentation because of the difficulty of, especially in getting the 1968 6.9 Cameo. Only 591 graded. You don't have to pay $500 or $395. I have the 6.9 Cameos, 1968S. Don't have too many of these. $249. $249 for this rarest key date. The next date, the 1969. 1,500 graded, I would say it's the least rare. All three are rare, folks, but it's just not as rare as the other two dates. The 69S is only $149. $149 for a Proof 69 Cameo 1969S. When dealers are just selling regular Proof 69s for that kind of price. Here is a 6.9 Cameo. And then the 1970S. The 1970S, only 1,200 and some graded. On eBay, dealers, some dealers are asking $400, 1,296 graded, $179. Now that's not the best part. If you get the set, this is a great time to begin building a monster Kennedy Proof collection. Here you have 3 examples in 6.9 Cameo. Individually, those are great prices. The 1970S, 6.9 Cameo, only $179. The 69S, only $149. The 68S, only $591 graded. Really, really rare, only $249. That comes to $577, folks. That's a great price. You get all 3, $495. $495, that's a savings of $82 for the complete set. This last frontier in the Proof Kennedy Half Dollar series. This is the last frontier, the last silver Kennedy half dollars that were struck using the old-fashioned technologies, those old-fashioned acid dipping technologies to create that cameo effect. Once you went to 1971, the Kennedy half dollar had no silver content. They removed all the silver after 1970. This is the last of the silver Kennedy half dollars struck that old-fashioned way with that old-fashioned cameo-making technology at a great, groundbreaking price of $495, only possible because I specialize in these kinds of coins. I have specialized in these kinds of coins since the early 1980s. I've got a lot of irons in the fire. I've got opportunities to buy the finest possible cameos from this era, folks, and offer them, and get them at the best possible prices to pass the savings on to you. $495. This is a limited type of presentation because of the difficulty of especially getting this 1968. It's really, really, really hard to get in 6.9 Cameo. Again, only 591 have been graded of the 1968. 1,296 examples of the 1970, 1,534 examples of the 69. 6.8 Cameo is the highest grade, numerical grade for the 1968 and 1970. That's the top grade. And to be able to offer the 1968, if you just want the 1968, it's only $249. That great rarity, key date. '69, only $149. The 1970, only $179. Great prices. That comes to $577, and I have today's collector special. Collector special. And this is the time to start building an incredible Kennedy cameo set. If you haven't started, this is the time to do it, because my collector special has the complete set priced at only $495 for these 3 dates in 6/9 cameo. We have got a lot of folks calling in on these sets. A lot of folks calling in, so I will stay on this for just a minute longer. I can't stay on too long because, again, I have limited amounts of all 3 of these dates, but especially the 1968. Especially the 1968. So we got a lot of folks calling in. Almost everyone is getting the 3-coin set. This is a set that'll be so good to you. These earliest years in the Kennedy series in proof condition, and the earliest years are the 1964 first year of issue through 1972. Because after 1972, that's when they really went into that new technology where they began to sandblast the dies to create the cameo effect. And while the technology was not perfected in 1973, the number of cameos struck, the percentage of cameos struck for the mintage began to increase until by the late 70s, essentially every Kennedy struck by the U.S. Mint was a beautiful, beautiful cameo. But in these earlier years, in this early era, when they were preparing the dies this old-fashioned way, using that really, it was fascinating when I first listened to Don Weaver talking about it, how they put them in a bath of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol, and they called it pickling. And that's how they prepared the dies to create this cameo effect you see here today. And to have them preserved, I mean, to get one of these sets in proof 67 is extraordinary. But to get it in proof 69, that's the highest matching grade set possible. And we have them here today. A lot of folks calling in. We've got a little bit of a queue here. I'm going to have to call it here, though, because I know we can fill the orders for those of you waiting in the queue, but if I go on too much longer, then I cannot go into a back order situation on these because of the difficulty of getting these 3 dates in this kind of high-grade cameo condition. I can get them in 6/7 cameo and 6/8 cameo a little easier, but 6/9 cameo is extremely difficult. So thank you, everyone, for watching. This is really exciting. This is where I first started as a dealer. I love these coins. This was my first area of specialty. There's so much opportunity in these coins for the collector of today. These will be good to you. From Kim and I, thank you for watching. This is extraordinary. This is cool. This is great. You know, there are so many. I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, neither do you.
Right.
By that, folks, we mean, you know, a lot of folks out there assume because it's a new mint product that it's not worth collecting. Well, and a lot of times that's true because they'll strike millions of them.
Right.
And so we're always very careful. I tell you, be careful because sometimes the mint will have a new product and they'll strike them by the millions.
Right.
But then they fool us and they'll come out with a product where they limit the mintage to only 50,000.
50,000.
And we had the True Mint set, which we had for $329,
right.
which was a great price. And
Very
now
popular.
Jack, take a look at this. This is the newest, folks. This is the Kennedy Coin and Chronicle. We've got it over there. Jack, I was shocked, you know, when I saw this set. The mintage is limited to 50,000, folks.
Yep.
When we first had this price, we were figuring we would have to charge somewhere around $250, $260, $259 maybe.
Right.
because they're only striking 50,000 of these. You look at the mintages of the,
And there
real
it
quickly.
is. Yeah, we're not kidding around here. The price is up
Real
already.
quickly.
We
Typically,
are.
this is the part of the presidential series. Typically, they strike these coins in the millions. There's the first page, millions. Go to the second page.
Yeah,
We
that whole
gotta-
page, they're over 3 million.
Yeah,
that whole page,
you know,
a million to
this
3
is
million.
This is in descending order.
And look at
Okay,
that.
in descending order, it's still over a million. You get to the very bottom, and there you've got 50,000. Now, the Truman and Eisenhower we had, they're gone.
Right.
The Kennedy has just come out, folks. The Truman and Eisenhower we were selling at $329. That was a great price. I think the lowest price anybody else had was around $500. We thought we'd have to sell this set for around $249 because not only is it just 50,000, but it's going to be one of the most popular because it's Kennedy.
It's Kennedy.
Yeah.
It's one of the most popular themes in numismatics. So many collectors of
Take
Kennedy.
a look at this set. It's not one coin. It's 2 coins, folks. We've got them for $195. Not $325, not $275. We were dreaming that maybe we'd be able to do it for under $275. We've got it for $195. You see the inaugural medal, and if that portrait looks familiar, that's the portrait they used for the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. This coin is larger than a silver dollar.
Yeah, much larger.
It's the size of the American Silver Eagle. It's 1 ounce of pure silver. And they only strike, and then you got the Kennedy reverse proof. 50,000 minted, folks. $195. Call in for one of these. One of the deals they had at the Mint is they restricted, this is so weird, Jack, because they start offering these by the millions to collectors. So you have all these collectors who are buying these presidential sets, millions of them. And then when you get to the end of the series with the most recent presidents, all of a sudden they limited the mintage to only 50,000. And here you have millions of collectors trying to put sets together.
Right, yeah, everybody.
So you've got the key
earlier
date here,
presidents, right.
folks. That's the demand for this coin is going to be off the charts. And this is one of those times when the Mint comes out with something new that, boy, they surprise you and make an announcement that they're only going to strike 50,000 and not 2 million or not a million and a half.
Or infinite,
Yeah, or
to
infinite
demand. Usually
because-
it's to demand. How
Yeah.
many people order it? That's how many they make.
Exactly. In the
this
past,
case, they did the just total opposite.
exactly. In the past, that's what they would do. They would strike as many as they had orders for. But here, I don't know how they make any profit on this when they limit it to 50,000. You figure the production costs.
Oh yeah. Besides making the coins, I mean the dollar's a reverse proof, so that takes a lot of effort to make a coin
show them
like
a couple
that.
eBay prices here. Jack found a couple eBay prices, and we like the complete set ungraded. This is where I think the true value will be. It's like the GSA dollar. People want the GSA dollar in the original GSA holder, and there you see one guy asking $500 for his original set.
Uh-huh.
There's a guy asking $700 for his original set. Then there's a guy who had his coins graded, and he wants basically $2,000, $1,900 for his set, graded in 70. Yep. These will probably grade 70. They'll grade 69 or 70.
Yeah.
But the value in this, I feel, is long-term. Get the original set. Folks, this is a deal for the collector of today. Thanks again for watching, and we'll be right back.
This is something very special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity, but this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra, because not only is this the 2019 West Point Struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations. Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. For the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916? The Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade, is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation, now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, well, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. And it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded Specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a Specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a Specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade, it's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone, sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief, an amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC, part of the population that I showed you. Hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70. Same thing with us. But it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank. Because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of the mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a mint state coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand, and the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint, demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down because he knew that we demanded, we weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the Double Eagles, the $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of Double Eagles has got to be the 1907 High Relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 High Relief $100 Gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of Liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind Liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin, obverse and reverse. The mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art, because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck one time, 2 times, but even 3 and 4 times to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin. And Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand-struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, the U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public was literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The Mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the Mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse, created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the Mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The reverse, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen. Struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof like, not $4,800, $3,995, legend. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50, and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon. Right now, the United States Mint is getting ready to release a brand new silver dollar. Every collector throughout the whole entire world has been anxiously awaiting this event, and it is about to happen. At Rare Collectibles TV, we get advance notice on everything, and we get the opportunity directly from the U.S. Mint to bring to you a pre-sale of this coin in the absolute highest grade you can get. A perfect graded, I mean a perfect condition coin, flawless. Folks, let's take a look at this brand new captivating reverse design. Now, what you're seeing right there, you're seeing an obverse shot of the traditional American Silver Eagle dollar that features Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half-dollar design, first introduced in 1916. But the reverse, now this is a reverse that we have never seen before. It's brand new, and it is soon to appear and begin the series of Type 2 silver dollars. It is true that John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle reverse is being replaced by Emily Damstra's captivating design of an eagle building its nest, as you see, coming in for a landing with an oak branch, just waiting to build that nest. Now, this design has been eagerly anticipated, and you just got a quick look at it. I got to tell you, it's different than John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle, and it has a statement of its own, which we're going to get into. I want to lay a little groundwork and give you a little background of how important an issue this is going to be. In 1985, President Reagan signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. And I'm mentioning that because it was such a big part of this program. It launched the American Silver Eagle dollar, and it just made it famous. The beginning of this program was so important because for the first time since 1935, America had come out with a brand new silver dollar. The largest silver dollar ever issued, much larger than a Morgan or a Peace dollar. It captivated coin collectors, and it captivated the world in terms of its design. I think it's because the obverse, which, by the way, for 2021, for this new silver dollar, has been reworked and enhanced. And when you take a look at this original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar, you're going to see what I mean. It magically lights up the obverse of the coin, the reverse. So forevermore, this will be known as the beginning of the Type 2 series of this great silver dollar. I have a lot of quotes from Emily here about her design method for creating this coin. And what it really boils down to is this. For many, many years already, she has been world renowned as one of the greatest nature artists there is. And she looked at the bald eagle in a way that John Mercanti didn't. John Mercanti borrowed from the original, the heraldic eagle. Emily Damstra has taken a different route. She studied eagles in the wild. She got an appreciation not just for the majestic bird itself, but for the lifestyle, the way pairs mate for life, the way both the male and the female guard the offspring ferociously, the way they work together to build the nest. And you'll see something here. The branch in the talons of Emily's eagle is an oak branch. And the reason why she chose the oak branch was because of all of the trees that she could have chosen, the oak, in its connection to the United States of America, and when allowed to, the way that oak trees grow to these majestic heights and stature, and the way they harbor more wildlife than any other tree does, the way they have contributed so much to the ecology. She saw this by viewing eagles in the wild and constantly evolving her idea of how she could place this eagle, because this is a daunting task, to be commissioned to create a design for a United States silver dollar. When you think back to George T. Morgan and the responsibility that he felt to create the Morgan dollar, and how it was magic, and how today it endures as one of the greatest symbols of liberty. Well, the original Silver Eagle Type 1s were in exactly the same fashion. John Mercanti wanted to keep that feeling going, which is why he selected the heraldic eagle reverse, and why the obverse was selected as such a famous allegorical of liberty and enhanced by John himself, and again this year, enhanced to bring out more detail. And then the reverse had never been done before. So think of the responsibility. Think of the pressure. You have one opportunity to come up with this design that will be immortalized forever. So artists who have the ability to conceive a sketch and a portrait and a sculpture and see it in the mind's eye of how it will translate on the size of a silver dollar. Well, this is something that can't be done by every artist. And the United States Mint, well, they wouldn't know how the design would turn out until the coins begin to come down, well, down the pike, so to speak. So take a look at this design. First of all, I want you to take a look at the coin. It's so important to take in that design, because you may be one of the first people in the whole entire nation to get a look at this coin. In 1985, when the law was signed by President Reagan that began this great series, I don't think anybody ever foresaw that there would be a change in the coin. And collectors all over the world have been buying thousands of Silver Eagle dollars of Type 1s and putting together complete collections. And now a whole new series is born. And it has lit up coin collecting. And I want to show you a couple of reasons why. I want you to take a look at the mintage of previous years, all Type 1s. And this is going to give you a little idea of what you're up against, because collectors who own these coins, who are putting together complete collections, who have completed their Type 1 collections, you know that they're going to start on the brand new Type 2s. And 2021, starting with this coin right here that we are pre-selling, is the beginning of the whole adventure. All right, let me give you the prices, folks. A single quantity, $249. Let me tell you the value here. Let me really give you the whole story. Number one, this coin is amongst the hardest coins to achieve a perfect grade in. It is a mint state 70. The description of this coin can be summed up in one word: perfect. Perfect condition, not a single flaw, even when the coin is viewed under intense magnification. That separates all the almost perfect from the actual perfect coins. Now, here's the thing about these coins, ladies and gentlemen. Production is just starting. This is a pre-sale. This is going to give you the opportunity to jump in and be one of the first people to get a coin. Here's the thing about that. There are no guarantees ever of how many absolute flawless coins will be struck during this year. This is going to be a short year for the Type 2 because this is a transition year. Midway through the year, we're transitioning from Type 1 Silver Eagles with the old Mercanti reverse to the brand new Damstra Type 2 reverse. So when you only have a limited amount of time to strike, not even going to be half the year, we know the mintages are going to be very, very low. Now, if the mint attempts to catch up and strike a lot of coins in a hurry, well, there's where the real trepidation comes in about how many coins will I have to submit to the grading service just to get one perfect grade. I have seen years where you could submit 100 coins and not even get one perfect coin. Now, I can guarantee you this. No matter how many coins it takes for us to get perfect grades, if we have to submit 500 just to get one, your name's going to be on that one coin. That's a rock-solid guarantee right now. So for $249, you can lock up one coin. Now, if you see the opportunity like I do to go a little bit bigger on the first ever issue and guarantee yourself 5 of these perfect condition, brand new Type 2 reverse of this silver dollar, then this deal is especially for you because 5 coins right now, ladies and gentlemen, $245 each. $1,225. Now, for some of us, we just got to go even bigger than that. 10 coins. 10 coins, the price drops to $239 a coin. Now remember, each and every one of these coins is a perfect mint state 70. There is no higher grade. They have special labeling, and they are the first ever Type 2s being issued. Now, I know there are millions of Silver Eagle dollar collectors, and I can guarantee you that right now, they are all in line to get this coin. I can guarantee you 10 of these coins in absolute perfect mint state 70 condition. And the very first one of these designs, the mintages that I just showed you, were all of the Type 1s, because we do not know yet how many Type 2s are going to be struck, how many Type 2s are going to be issued. All we know is they're going to be starting later than midway through the year. So it's pretty hard to strike a lot of coins, but we do know that demand is going to be unprecedented, that it's already starting. So I want you to take a look at this table that we put together down at the bottom, because it really only has, in the category of Type 2 mintages, well, it's got very little information because we don't know yet. But I do know one thing. There will be a coin. We will have it. We are pre-selling it right now. We have an amazing inside price, and we're featuring it in absolute perfect mint state 70 condition. Collectors all over the world are lining up for this coin because this is the design, the only design that could follow the masterpiece of John Mercanti. This is the design that has immediately been accepted as the coin that will succeed. the great Mercanti design. Now, we will all judge for ourselves, but when you see this eagle, all of that comes to mind. The majesty of the strength of the eagle, all incorporated with the family values. Eagles have the greatest reverence for family, for their offspring, of almost any animal in the animal kingdom. They mate for life. They ferociously guard their offspring. This has taken the final design of John Mercanti's and taken it to a different level. This reverse is the reverse that was judged to replace Mercanti's reverse. And if you never thought in a million years that there could be a silver dollar reverse that could succeed John Mercanti's heraldic eagle, well, I think you're looking at it, ladies and gentlemen. The rarity is going to be built in here, ladies and gentlemen, for the following reasons. I've only got a couple more seconds. You are guaranteed a perfect coin. And what I mean by that, the highest grade, MS70, indicative of perfect condition. You are guaranteed, no matter what happens in the marketplace, to own one of these coins before anybody else at the low price of $249 or the even lowered price of $245. You got to buy 5 coins, that's $1,225. And we've dropped the price all the way to $239. When you purchase 10, a lot of 10, for $2,390, you can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,195. This gives you an opportunity to tie up 10 of these coins before anybody even knows what's going on. You're going to have a quantity right out the gate. Now, I get excited about coins like these because whenever there's a new issue, in 1986, when the first Silver Eagle dollars came out then, we were jumping for joy. Imagine, a new American silver dollar. It's about time, right? Ladies and gentlemen, this silver dollar has become the most collected silver dollar, not just in the United States of America, but in many parts of the world. Its design, which is classic, has now a new reverse, which has become an instant classic. Its grade is the highest grade attainable. And for collectors all over the world, think about it. Whenever there has been collaboration at the United States Mint between one of the greatest outside artists, somebody who's not employed by the Mint, who works with the greatest technicians and engravers, Michael Gaudioso, who has taken the design of Emily Damstra and interpreted exactly the way she wanted it in his engraving, in his modeling, in the production. So you had one of the great artists working with some of the greatest technicians and greatest engravers at the U.S. Mint to perform magic, to create a classic design right out the gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we got to wrap this up. We all know the demand for this coin is right now insatiable. So let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale. You're getting at the front of the line for these coins. You're guaranteed the highest grade known to man for any coin. Mint State 70, no higher grade. And you are guaranteed a great price. You don't have long to wait before it actually happens. But I have to tell you, the gates are open. The doors have flung wide open. And let the Type 2 series begin with this coin right now. And don't forget, tell all your friends, when you're watching Rare Collectibles TV, that's where you get to the front of the line. And I hope to see you guys again real soon. Until then, keep watching, because we have a lot of great coins. Thank you, and see you soon. everybody to Rare Collectibles. I'm James Gerstel. The event that everybody has been waiting for of 2021 is happening right now. Now, these coins are live, ready to go. This is the latest issue from the United States Mint of the American Silver Eagle dollar. This is a seminal event in the history of this coin series, which began in 1986. Why? Because the design of the reverse of this coin that we all know and love is being retired. What you're looking at is a coin that is only going to be issued for half of the year of 2021, the Type 1. Now, we happen to have this coin in the rarest form of all, the Mint State. The United States Mint makes the Mint State, or the bullion version, if you will, or the business strike. And the U.S. Mint strikes these coins, sells them to a network of distributors who then sell them directly to the public. This coin is the hardest coin to get of all of the options of the American Silver Eagle dollar, the hardest coin to get in a Mint State 70. Mint State 70, according to the Sheldon grading scale, there is no grade higher than MS 70. It refers to an absolute perfect condition, flawless coin. And that is under magnification of at least 5 times. Hardest to do, because these coins are struck for quantity. It's not like they don't try to make nice coins, because they do, but they are struck for quantity, not quality. The ones that are struck to be guaranteed highest grades are the proof coins and the reverse proofs and the burnished dies and all those collector coins, which we collectors have to order directly from the U.S. Mint. John Mercanti designed the reverse of this coin in 1986. He did it as a tribute to the silver dollars that bore the heraldic eagle reverse from the very late 1700s to the very early 1800s. So this design was his way of honoring those original silver dollars that came before, his tribute to those coins. John Mercanti was an unbelievable sculptor and artist. He came to work at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He was appointed chief engraver in 2006, but in between, he was a master at die engraving, at modeling, at making coins by hand, the old-fashioned way. And in fact, when it came time for this coin to be designed and all of the silver eagles that first were struck in 1986, he actually revamped the obverse. Can you believe it? Adolph A. Wyman's unbelievable Walking Liberty half-dollar design was improved by John Mercanti, re-engraved, detail like you had never seen before. Take a look at one of the most prized possessions, a silver dollar, the largest silver dollar the United States has ever issued, larger than a Morgan, larger than a peace dollar, more silver in it for 2021. And what you're looking at right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the last one of its kind. That reverse will be retired midway through the year 2021. Now, with everything that's been going on over the last year all over the world, we already know that the U.S. Mint has a real short staff to produce all the coins we know and love to begin with. So there's not as many coins being produced just because there are not as many Mint personnel there to conduct all the work that has to be done. Now, when you combine that with the fact that midway through the year, they're going to switch to another design. We're going to get into that in a minute. But this is the last, and let me tell you why it is so important. I took the liberty of making up a table, a list, if you will, that has all of the business strikes mintages for every year since 1986. Because originally when this silver dollar came out, it was to be issued as a bullion coin. Here was the premise behind it. We could go all the way back to the first term of Ronald Reagan's presidency. After he was inaugurated in the early 1980s, 1981 or so, Ronald Reagan had this idea that he wanted to take our strategic silver stockpile and sell it off and take all that money that would be raised from selling off all those millions and millions of ounces of silver, and he wanted to deposit that into the Treasury to lower the debt. That idea did not fly with Congress in his first term of office. But in his second term, it did. And in 1985, the Liberty Coin Act was born. It was signed into law by Ronald Reagan, and what it did was authorize the Treasury to start producing a new American silver dollar. And that silver dollar would be comprised of the silver that was sitting in the strategic stockpile. So a silver dollar was born. And in the first year, mintages were relatively small. But that really doesn't tell the whole story, because they didn't start striking the coins until November of 1986. So in just a couple of months' time, you can see what they struck. 1987, they had the full year to work, and they struck more coins. And you'll see as the years went on, people bought silver, started to really hear about it, and started to gain popularity, started to go way up in price. And as the years went on, you can see how the mintages got larger and larger and larger. Silver was the obvious choice for everybody who wanted to own something stable in the form of precious metal, something with a tradition of coins being struck out of it for hundreds of years. And so as you can see, you go look at 2015 with 47 million silver eagles struck in 1 year, and there's not one of those coins that remain on the shelves or in the vaults at the U.S. Mint. They all got shipped out. So over the course of the history of this coin, over 500 million of the business strikes were struck. This coin we're talking about right now, the collector's version, the proofs, the ones with the mirrored backgrounds, the one that you see in Ultra Cameo and Deep Cameo, almost 28 million. The burnished die, a relatively newcomer to the series because it only began in 2006, with a little bit over 3 million. And there's only a few issues of the burnished die. The reverse proofs. The U.S. Mint is always looking towards the collector, for the collector, looking out for the collector. So a new version of a proof coin was released known as the reverse proof. And there's only a few issues of those as well, and they started way late in the series. 2006, a little bit less than 900,000 were issued. But when it comes to this coin right here, the Mint State, millions of collectors all around this country and all around the world have put together complete collections from 1986 all the way to the present time, and they're going to need that final coin. It bookends the collection. And we ought to know, because we sell thousands of those collections from 1986 to 220. Now, a new addition to those collections, the 2021, the last of John Mercanti's Heraldic Eagle Reverse, is here and now. It's a first release. This coin features a pedigree and a label that is exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV. You may have seen it once or twice. First of all, John Mercanti has autographed each one of the labels. Now take a look at the grade MS70, because that's the most important part. I love the artwork. I love his signature. This coin is a perfect graded silver dollar in the highest grade that can be achieved in a first release. And something that no Silver Eagle has ever had on the label before, T-1, Type 1. Because forevermore, the original Silver Eagles from 1986 all the way to that coin right there are known as the Type 1s. And when the reverse is changed, the Type 2 will be born. This label is so important because we feature it only on coins that grade absolute perfect, flawless grades of MS70 or Proof 70. It features artwork that was derived from a sculpture that John Mercanti did of Ronald Reagan when he was at the U.S. Mint. And it's kind of got those 4 panels, there it is right there, of Reagan's profile. It's kind of like an Andy Warhol 1960 piece of artwork. But it is so important because when you own a Reagan Mercanti autographed label that's exclusive to Rare Collectibles TV, you get the rarest label that NGC produces. And it's exclusive to to this company, and I'll tell you why I mention it so much, because hardly any of them exist. Now, it's a transition year, and there have been a few coins, I really should say, over the course of the history of numismatics that have been transitions. Well, the 1907 $20 gold Liberty transitioned to the 1907 St. Gaudens, the 1909 Indian Head penny to the Lincoln penny. So there's a few coins that transitioned where mid-year the design was changed to another. And that always amounts to a lot of collectability. It also amounts to a very small mintage for each one of those coins because they were only produced for half the year. But I have never seen a response like the response that has been given to the last of these heraldic eagle reverse designs. You know, recently the U.S. Mint issued the last of the proofs, and it was a record-breaking event where literally, ladies and gentlemen, in 5 minutes' time, over 325,000 coins were sold, and the issue sold out like that. This coin is tougher to get in a perfect grade than that one. Tougher to get because this coin is not struck twice, not struck under extra pressure, struck on a high-speed press, struck for quantity. So those few coins that end up in absolute perfect grade, wow, those are the ones everybody wants, and those are the ones we have. Let me tell you, we have a special deal going here. And I want everybody to know this is not a pre-sale. These coins are live and ready to go. We have them live on the set. An individual coin, one, is $129. First release, perfect grade. You have the opportunity here to buy 5 coins for $620. That's $124 each. Keep in mind that it cost over $50 just to certify one of these coins. And they're hot. Everybody wants them. They're the last of their kind. You can buy 10 for $119 each, $1,190. And in that deal, folks, you can split the payments up into 2 payments of $595. The silver dollars today are so popular. This is the most popular of all the silver dollars out there. Even more popular, I know this sounds like, it sounds shameful to say, more popular than Morgan dollars, more popular than peace dollars. This silver dollar has become the most popular issue in a silver dollar of the U.S. ever struck. But take a look. The whole world knows it. Everybody wants them. There's one right there for $250, ladies and gentlemen. There's one with John's autographed on it. It's almost $600. Here's another. That one's $359. Hey, this looks like an inside price right here. Look at this one. $225. These are all being offered right now. Now, you can see that one's on the auction site, right? But one thing you really know when people are serious, you see where it says buy it now, add to cart. A lot of times it'll say make an offer. But there's no offer taking here. If you don't want it at $225, then move along. That's all, right? You get it? Take it or leave it. $225. Here's one, for whatever reason, did not have a picture. So in this case, I can tell you that a picture is not worth 1,000 words because there are no pictures. But look at that, $599, almost $600. Now, I mentioned the first year of the burnished die, so important because what you're looking at right here is one of those special issues as well. In this case, the first of the burnished die was the first. This is the last of the traditional silver in a perfect grade. First and last coins are big to collectors, big. Because if you don't own everyone in between, it doesn't really matter if you own the first and the last. A lot of people think that. And then there are those collectors who want to have the whole run. And boy, there's a lot of them. Look at this. This is the burnished die I was telling you about. Great price. Almost $455. That was at an auction. And what's great about that, folks, is that coin started at 0 or 99 cents, something like that, and it went up to over $450. Now, 1996 is a special year for the Silver Eagle because it was one of the lowest mintages in the series. And I'm showing you this coin that sold for $9,400 in a perfect grade to illustrate to you how popular, how collected, how people will do anything they can to get the ultimate in a silver dollar. Well, I will tell you right now that the last of these coins that have been issued every year since 1986, that is a part of dollar coin collecting, has been solidified like no other coin in the whole entire world, is as important as any that has ever been struck, maybe even more important. Because if you don't have this coin, you cannot complete your series. So those who have it have an advantage over everybody else. I want to show you an image. This image was captured as John Mercanti was doing the modeling for the original Silver Eagles. Because back then, when he created the reverse design, the modeling was done by hand, the old-fashioned way. John Mercanti was a throwback chief engraver, much like those chief engravers from the early days of the mint. He used those tools that were hand-operated, no machine. The art of numismatics is from the hand. That's how it all originates. Every one of these great designs were taken from the classics. That's something. Folks, I mentioned that this is a transition year for the Silver Eagle. Not only is the mint staff extremely limited right now, but the time frame by which this coin that you see right now is to be issued is half the regular time frame. Midway through the year, the Type 2s will be introduced. Here is your opportunity to score and to score big. And what I mean by that is nobody's ever going to get a lot of these coins. The demand for these coins is so intense that we were lucky to get the allocation that we got. And I want you to remember, our coins are live and ready to go, and that's so important today. This is not a pre-sale. This is live. $129 for a single coin in the absolute highest grade attainable of Mint State 70 in our exclusive label. You know, and by the way, I was talking to one of the owners of this company just the other day about this label. And he was throwing out some figures to me that was just mind-boggling. There have been so few of these special labels made available to us that you are guaranteed right now to get the most exclusive pedigree, the most exclusive label, the official label of Rare Collectibles TV right there. And we are the only company that has that. And it's just so fitting. Because Ronald Reagan, we call him the father of the American Eagle program. He is the president that lobbied for it. He is the president that signed the bill into law in 1985. He is the one who paved the way so that the combination of the designer, John Mercanti, and the man who was responsible for it all with a stroke of his pen and the idea in his head, Ronald Reagan, created the ultimate series of silver dollars, of which the last one, and we've been talking about it for a long time already, the last one is now here. Its time is at hand. And forevermore, these Type 1s, the beginning series of the American Silver Eagle, will go from 1986 to 2021. And for you collectors out there who are buying this coin right now, whether you're buying one for $129, 5 for $620, or if you want to go big, I hope you take advantage of the 2-payment option. Right now, when you call up and lock in 10 coins, $595 put aside with your name on a set of 10, and when these coins ship out, the other $595 gets paid, and you have 10 of the last silver dollars with the Mercanti reverse the mint will ever make in the highest grade attainable. This presentation has got to end in about a minute. Time is up. But I want to let you know, it's not the first time that the U.S. Mint transitioned in midstream to a different design. And every time that it has happened before, it's been a monumental event. Here's the last of the Indian head cents. Well, they transitioned to the first of Lincoln's. Of course, we know Morgan dollars in 1921 gave way to the peace dollar in the same year, 1921. And the 1907 $20 gold Liberty. And the very first St. Gaudens was the 1907. The Mint has a short history of changing designs in midstream, and every one of those coins are world famous. This is an addition to that history, to that tradition, to that legacy, and this could be your only opportunity. So folks, here's the deal one last time. 1, 5, or 10. It's all up to you, but I want you to keep in mind, you will never, ever see this reverse again being produced by the U.S. Mint. And right now, you are going to get them in a perfect grade Mint State 70 with all the bells and whistles. I want you to remember Rare Collectibles TV, because we lead the way in just about every category you could imagine. Well, not just about, every, right? All right, you guys, I got to go now. They're making me get out of here, but I want to thank you for watching, and stay tuned, because, you know, big surprises coming up. I'll see you soon. Complete 6-coin collection, and I might add in the highest grade attainable, as a pre-sale for the brand new 2021 United States Morgan and Peace dollars. And I was just saying to everybody here, you know, it seems to me like this was a moment that was frozen in time back in 1921. Where they left the Mint that night, they shut off the lights, they locked the door, and then 100 years later, they came back, fired everything up, and started striking coins again. Because, ladies and gentlemen, these silver dollars are a continuation of the Morgan dollar series and of the Peace dollar series, 100 years later. We waited a century for this to happen. I thought this day would never get here. This has been eagerly anticipated. Well, this is a pre-sale, as I said. Every one of these coins, there's so much history here, guys. Again, these have yet to be delivered, but I can guarantee each and everybody out there, you're going to get the finest known examples all the way across the board, a complete 2021 United States silver dollar collection as the Mint issued them. There's so much great history behind this, so much of a good current story. So let's just take a look at what we're talking about. We'll take a look at the labels, and I want you to notice the grades. Every one of these Mint State 70, that right there happens to be the Peace dollar. And it's a high relief, as was the 1921. The only time ever a United States silver dollar, either a Morgan or a Peace dollar, was struck in high relief. And now, to join that really illustrious group is this coin right here, a United States silver dollar, 100 years in the making. And check out the grade of the coin, Mint State 70, absolute perfection. So let's understand the parameters here. These coins are at the grading service. These coins are being graded. We don't know the mix yet in terms of how many 70s, but I can tell you this. Every single one of you collectors out there who are on the line right now are guaranteed perfection. Every single coin guaranteed. Absolute rarity. Now let's talk about what we have here. All right, we're going to go back to 1921. The last Morgan dollar struck in 1921 was available from Denver, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. Keep that in mind. So, the Mint has paid homage to the mints that are part of history, New Orleans and Carson City, with something truly spectacular. And I also want to mention here, this is both a Morgan dollar, there's actually 5 of them, and a peace dollar. That one's in high relief. And they are the only Morgan and peace dollars issued by the United States of America to ever grade in Mint State 70. Flawless. So, and you're really up against a lot here too, because both of these coins are classics. They're collected by millions of people around the world, and they're so established, and Mint State coins are so elusive in both of the Morgan and Peace Dollar series that the opportunity to get these coins in perfect grades, well, that only comes along once in a century. It'll never happen again. Now, for those who don't know this information, and I do apologize to you very seasoned collectors out there who know all about these coins, just give me a moment if you wouldn't mind. 1878, the first Morgan dollar was released, first Morgan dollars. The coins were struck from 1878 to 1904. There was a bit of a respite. They took some time off from 1905 to 1920. And then in 1921, the Morgan dollar production was resumed. During that time, at the very end of 1921, the peace dollar, the Morgan dollar was retired. The peace dollar was issued, really originally issued to honor the end of World War I, the victory and the peace. And so 2021 is one of the most significant numismatic years ever. And for those of you who have been collecting the Morgan dollar 1921s and the peace dollar 1921s, this is the next step. This is the culmination of a historic silver dollar collection. And in terms of coin collecting, numismatically speaking, this is the pinnacle. This is the ultimate achievement. So let's take a look. So this is a rundown. This is a table of all the mintages of Morgan dollars, starting with the highest mintages at the top. And there are a lot of coins in the Morgan dollar series. So taking a look at the Morgan dollar mintages, because this is great to lay the groundwork. And you can see that 1921 highest mintage, and as they descend, you can get kind of a look at your favorite year. These are all Morgans right now, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of years, a lot of mintages. Here's the last page. Insignificant, because as you can see here, the issues of the 2021s, when we're talking about Morgans, are these 5 coins right here. So the 2021, what we call a 21 plain, no mint mark, struck at Philadelphia. And as you can see right there, 2021, that coin from Denver will have the Denver mint mark on it. And here's a crazy thing. It was struck at Philadelphia as well. How about that? Never happened in the Morgan dollar series. So another first. This is unique all the way. And if you notice the mintages, wow. Get online right now. Don't miss this deal. Everybody has been missing out. We have them on a pre-sale. I can guarantee you when you ring our phone, you are gonna be in on this deal and you're gonna get pure perfection all the way. 2021. This coin has a privy mark with the Carson City mint mark. Okay, so it's the Carson City mint mark done as a privy mark, which means you'll see it, it's in an oval. And it is so cool. It is right where the mint marks are supposed to be, below the eagle on the reverse of the Morgan dollar. So only 175,000 of those coins. That, ladies and gentlemen, is a closed mint. The Carson City didn't issue a Morgan dollar past 1893. So for that to have a Carson City mint mark, 2021, it's the only one ever. The only one. So that is significant. Now, 2021 from New Orleans. Well, that's a closed mint as well. So it's done with a privy mark struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And again, since there was no New Orleans struck Morgan in 1921, don't forget, the only Morgan ever struck in 1921 was Denver, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. Keep that in mind. And now, from San Francisco. Well, there was a 1921 San Francisco Morgan, so we are continuing that series 100 years later. These are not commemoratives, folks. These are legal tender United States Mint issues. And that coin right there bears the San Francisco Mint mark. But take a look at the mintages. All 5 of these coins, 2 of them have privy marks. New Orleans, Carson City, don't forget Philadelphia, in the tradition of the original, was unmint marked. We call it the Philadelphia plain because there is no mint mark. And there you have it, 175,000 of each. And they are only bested by the 2 rarities. And can you believe it, ladies and gentlemen? The 1885 Carson City silver dollar is no longer the 3rd rarest Morgan ever struck. So, only bested by the 1894 from Philadelphia with a mintage of 110,000, or the 1893S with the mintage of 100,000. History in the making. Now, this collection of 1921s, this continuation of the silver dollar series would not be complete without the continuation of the peace dollar series. So 100 years later, 2021, struck at the Philadelphia Mint in high relief, just as the 1921 peace dollar was, is this new edition. So check it out right here. And it lands at the very bottom of the list of peace dollars as now the rarest of them all. I know, our coin world, it's shaking it up. Look at that right there. I mean, you look at the 1928, you look at the 27, look at our favorite coin, the 34S. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the lowest mintage now and from now on is the 2021 high relief peace dollar. Now, again, just the mere fact that you would never have been able to get a 1921 peace dollar or any other Morgan or peace dollar in a perfect grade Mint State 70, well, guess what? It's happening right now. Every single coin in this collection, and by the way, this is complete. The U.S. Mint has issued 6 silver dollars to continue the tradition of the Morgan and the peace. And we have them in the ultimate finest known examples in Mint State 70. And they are the only Morgan and peace dollars issued by the United States of America to ever grade flawless. $2,995. You can split the payment up into 2 equal payments of $1,497.50. Now, all these that you're about to see in my price comps as well are pre-sales. The coins have yet to be delivered. So this is a leg up on everybody. And I got to tell you, the way things have been going with coin collecting and these long-awaited coins, you cannot even wait till tomorrow. It's right now or you're going to miss out. And that is absolutely no exaggeration whatsoever, but these are absolute rarities. They're some of the lowest mintages ever seen in Morgan or peace dollars, and if you don't grab it now, I mean, the original 1921 peace high relief had a mintage over 1 million. The 2021, 200,000. Wow, and they're both high reliefs. Now, here's something else that really just I found to be great. The silver in this coin, pure silver. These coins are pure silver. So that peace dollar right there is $1,195. Let's take a look at this. This is the Philadelphia struck issue, $2,000. Now keep in mind, folks, we're offering the entire collection, all 6, 5 of the Morgans and the peace dollar high relief for $2,995. Oh, look at this. This is amazing. This is like newsflash. This is happening right now. The complete collection, all 6 coins, $6,000. $6,000. Now, folks, I got to tell you, at $2,995, it's obvious if you don't act right now, and I'm not trying to be pushy, I'm just warning you, you're going to miss out, and then you're going to have to pay $6 grand. That's all I'm saying. Now, here's the 6-coin set. It says 6-coin set. The picture features just the CC, $5,500. This is a single coin, the Carson City Privy Mark, $1,250 in a perfect Mint State 70 grade. And here's another one at $1,700, also just the Carson City. Now, what I love about the Mint here is they did something extremely amazing. The Carson City catalog consists of Morgan dollars that were issued between 1878 and 1893, but they skipped a lot of years. So some of the rarest coins come from Carson City. The rarest of all the coins from the Carson City Mint was the 1885, rarest in terms of mintage at only 228,000. So this coin right here with the CC mark for 2021, the CC Privy Mark, has a mintage of 175,000. So its rarity is absolute from the get-go. This is really an exciting moment for me. As you can imagine, when I first learned about coin collecting, I was 7 years old. And I got to tell you, it was 1964, and it was a $50, it was a Kennedy $50, newly minted coin that pretty much started me on my road in coin collecting. And, you know, I began to wonder, wow, you know, you look at coins a whole different way when you start getting the bug for coin collecting. And it isn't long before every coin collector wants the biggest and the best. And so we looked at these big silver dollars because they were the crowning glory of all United States silver coins. I mean, a silver dollar, when it was struck, was meant to convey the power of wealth. And, you know, you hold a dollar in your hand, it was so heavy, precious metal, you just gained an instant respect for the value of the dollar and the purchasing power and the strength of the United States currency, which was the envy of the entire world. And it still is that way. So the road to here, you had so many stops along the way with so many generations of collectors buying these silver dollars and putting them away and trying to accumulate collections. So when the Mint decided for the 100th year of the last Morgan dollar and the first peace dollar, honoring both these coins, I mean, they could have really taken the easy way out and issued one Morgan and the peace dollar. But they didn't. They went full on, and they did it in such a great way. These are actual United States silver dollar issues that resume the numismatic series of the Morgan and the peace dollar. It's just an amazing opportunity to acquire these coins. These are United States silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. So right off the bat, but we often say when we bring Morgan or peace dollars to the show, yes, they are Mint State 65s, or we may occasionally have 66s, or sometimes, wow, we'll get one of the few 68s. There have only been a handful of Mint State 69 Morgan dollars, about 20 of them. You could hold them all in one hand. But there has never been a perfect graded Morgan or peace dollar. Well, I guess that is really no longer true, is it? Because you are looking at absolute perfection. So early are these coins that we are lucky to get the designation of first day of issue. So the pedigree of the first day of issue, the grade of absolute perfect Mint State 70, a pre-sale. This is so exciting, ladies and gentlemen, because nobody is going to get their hands on these coins. And literally, that's what it works out to be, except you. I mean, that's the way it is. People have got to face facts. There were only 175,000 of each of these Morgan dollars struck, of each. There were only 200,000 of the peace dollar. So when we show that table that has all those mintage figures of the Morgans and the peace dollars, it's for one reason. It's to let you know that of all those millions and millions of coins, you know, there were over 656 million Morgan dollars struck, and almost 190 million peace. a much shorter series, only 24 dates and or mint marks. So when you look at all those millions of collectors, what everybody wants is the finest known and all those great key dates. And here it is, right here, in a way like you never thought you would see it before. So ladies and gentlemen, let's go over the major points of this deal. Time is of the essence. For 2021, the Mint has continued the Morgan Dollar series, issuing a Morgan Dollar from Philadelphia, issuing a Morgan Dollar with a Carson City privy mark, issuing a New Orleans Morgan with a New Orleans privy mark, and issuing a Denver 2021, only the second Morgan ever issued from the Denver Mint. The first one was the 1921. With this coin has the D mint mark. And San Francisco, the last Morgan Dollar that San Francisco issued was 1921. Now, the 100th year after that, the 2021, with the San Francisco mint mark. 5 Morgans, 2 of them with privy marks, Carson City and New Orleans. And the Peace Dollar, 1921 saw the only high relief Peace Dollar ever issued, and now 100 years later, the 2021 Philadelphia struck high relief Peace Dollar rounds out this collection, 100 years in the making, of United States silver dollars. This entire collection, $2,995. Lock it up right now, put half the money down, $1,497.50, and when these coins are ready to ship, you add the other half and you are in. And before that time comes, your name will be placed on one of these collections or 2 of these collections or whatever amount you see fit. But it will be yours forevermore from this moment. And I can guarantee you, you will get ultimate perfection and an inside price. And remember, this is a pre-sale, so you are getting very, very much in the front of the line and a guarantee to get these coins that hardly anybody has had a chance to acquire. Boy, I'm so excited. I hope I've gotten everything across. What you're getting is a monumental, complete silver dollar set that took 100 years to issue for $2,995 that has a lot of unique coins in there at the finest known grades. So this is history, ladies and gentlemen. So don't forget, less than $3,000, $29.95, a pre-sale, guaranteed perfection, first day of issue. Wow. And a split pay, $1497.50, locks up a set for you right now. So don't miss out. And it is finally here, ladies and gentlemen, the ultimate Morgan in Peace Dollar issues 2021. What a year. I will see you all very soon, and thank you so much for collecting coins with Rare Collectibles TV.
I have got a great, rare United States gold coin for you today, folks. The coin was struck at the turn of the century. Now, when I say the turn of the century, I'm not talking about the year 2000. This coin was struck in 1900. To survive in this condition that I have them in, this is the only time I've had this date in this condition, in this quantity. We have just over 100 examples. I will never have anything like this again of this date, this 1900p $10 Liberty Eagle in mint state 63 condition. I don't care if you've been watching coin TV shows for the last 30 years. You've never seen anything like this, folks. This coin is so rare. You know, they only struck back in 1900 293,000 examples. And far fewer than that have survived. These coins should not exist because back in the 1930s, almost 50% of all the $10 Eagles were melted back down into gold bars by the United States Mint. How these survived is a most fascinating story. Now, first of all, it's called the $10 Eagle because up until 1850, this was the largest gold coin struck by the United States Mint. Now, $10 back in 1900, folks, was a lot of money. That was somebody's wages for at least a week. Not very many people could afford to have a $10 gold piece in the pocket. So the Mint struck gold coins of various sizes and denominations, beginning with the $1 gold piece on the far left. Next to that $1 gold piece, you had a $2.50 gold piece, which was referred to as the quarter eagle. And then you even had a $3 gold piece. And right in the middle there, you had a $4 gold piece, which we referred to as the Stella. And that was only struck for a couple of years. And then there was the half eagle, the $5 gold piece with just about a quarter ounce of gold. And then the largest gold coin struck by the U.S. Mint until 1850, the $10 Eagle with just about a half an ounce of gold. Now, in 1848, gold was discovered in California. And so with this abundance of gold, the U.S. Mint was able to strike an even larger gold coin in 1850, twice the size of the Eagle. And so that coin was referred to as the double Eagle. But the Eagle I have today, folks, is so rare. Now, I've had 1900p Liberty double Eagles in the past. Those coins are available in far larger numbers than this coin I have today. The 1900p double Eagle, in fact, the U.S. Mint struck almost 2 million examples. Let me look it up in my reference guide to give you the exact number of how many were struck of the 1900p. The exact number was 1,874,000 of the $20 gold piece. But the $10 gold piece, 293,000 examples. And so few have survived in the condition you see these coins. This is a mint state 63. This is extraordinary quality. These are among the finest known. If you go to the Smithsonian is the home of the greatest coin collection of United States coins in the world. The 1900p $10 Eagle in the Smithsonian is a mint state 63. Now, what does mint state 63 mean? If you're new to numismatics, what does that mean? Well, first of all, it means that the coin was uncirculated. In other words, it never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. It was never used for spending. It was never used in commerce. It never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. The coin was struck. The coin would be dumped into a bin as part of the minting process. One coin would fall on top of another. So they would all have bag marks from the minting process. They would go through coin counting machines. And then they would be dumped into bags like you see here. And those bags would be shipped to banks around the country. Now, that 63 number is a very high number for a gold eagle. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading standard, from a low of 1, which is a very heavily worn coin where you can barely see any of the detail, barely see the date, to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are no gold coins, folks, $10 Eagles at grade 70 or 69. I mean, there's a few 65s. There's only a handful of 63s. What 63 represents? If you can imagine that bag that came straight from the United States Mint, that bag of $10 Eagles, you open up the bag and you take the coins out of the bag. Examples with the most bag marks, the heaviest bag marks, would be mint state, but they would be the lowest mint state grade. The lowest mint state grade for an uncirculated coin is an MS-60. If it's anything below a 60, it's circulated. So a 60 would be an uncirculated coin, but they'd be the coins with the most bag marks from that bag. 6-1 would be coins with fewer bag marks. 6-2, fewer bag marks than a 6-1. A 6-3 would be among the most choice examples. To give you an idea of how rare these coins are, Sasha has this chart comparing the 1900p $20 gold piece to the 1900p $10 gold piece that I have for you today. Now, I've been able to offer the $20 gold piece on several occasions. And as you can see, as I mentioned earlier, the Mint struck almost 2 million examples of the $20 gold piece, but only 293,000 examples of the $10. In MS-63 population, folks, the 1900p is over 15 times rare in MS-63 condition. And if you go up in grade, say to MS-65, it's over 10 times rarer. Only 3,200 examples graded. And we have just over 100 of those coins today. Coins that shouldn't exist. This is truly a Halley's Comet moment. The only reason these coins exist is, ironically enough, because of the Great Depression. It was 1929. It was economic devastation in this country. In 1933, it was estimated there were approximately 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. So if you had your life savings in your local bank that you spent 20, 30 years accumulating, your nest egg for your retirement, and you go to the bank the next day and it's shuttered closed, the bank had failed, you were wiped out. 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. I mean, it was economic devastation that this country had not seen since the Civil War. You had those families that had their money in banks that had not yet failed who were terrified. My bank could be next. So a lot of these people began pulling their money out of the banks, and with that paper money, they began to buy United States gold coins. Understandably, throughout human history, across cultures, gold has always had a special value. You go back to the ancient Egyptians, 2500, 3000 BC. They believed gold was the flesh from their sun god and that it was indestructible. So you had all these Americans buying gold coins because they knew the gold would have some value. That paper money, who knows what it would be worth in 6 months or a year. Well, this action by all these citizens put additional stress on our already fragile, crumbling banking system. So early in 1933, it was in April, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, making the ownership of over $100 worth of gold illegal. Now, back then, gold was worth about $20 an ounce. That's why the $10 Eagle was worth $10. It had about a half an ounce of gold. So that means you could not own more than 10 of those coins. If you had over 10 examples, if you had more than 10 coins, more than $100 worth of gold, you had to turn it into the Treasury. And what did the Treasury do with all those gold coins turned into them? Well, they melted them back into bullion bars, folks. And of all the denominations, the $10 Eagles were the denomination most heavily melted down. You look at this chart, it's astounding. Rare gold coins that no longer exist, almost half of all the $10 Eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars. Think about that. The 1900p, the original mintage, was only 293,000 coins. I mean, even if a third of those were melted down and not half, you'd have the survivors, less than 200,000 survivors. I mean, this coin is rare in any condition, folks. And here we have examples that rank among the finest known. How did we get these coins? Well, that's the best part of this story. This is the best part of all. It's so improbable. It's such an amazing story. It truly is a Halley's Comet event, except that Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years or so. This will never happen again, folks. Once these are gone, that will be it. Turns out that there are a lot of citizens and institutions who said to themselves, okay, it's illegal for me to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. If I do own over $100 worth of gold and I'm caught owning under over $100 worth of gold, there's a severe penalty. Executive Order 6102 said that if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, you faced 10 years imprisonment or $10,000 fine or both. And it was enforced, folks. So you had these citizens who were caught between a rock and a hard place. They could keep their money in the bank and risk total bank failure and being wiped out. They could risk owning over $100 worth of gold and getting caught and going to prison. But there was a third option. And a lot of people and institutions took advantage of it. There was nothing in Executive Order 6102 that said you couldn't own over $100 worth of gold in another country. And so, while it was still legal to own, they shipped bags of these gold coins to banks in Europe. A lot of them were banks in France. This is one of those bags from those banks, folks, that have been sitting in a vault for about 80 years. Most of the gold shipped to those European banks were the largest gold coins, the double eagles. That's why when you look at that population comparing the 1900p, then the $20 and the $10, well, again, they struck more $20 1900ps than $10 1900ps. But still, the number surviving, much smaller than the mintage would indicate. Only 3,200 examples in 6.3 condition. We have over 100 of those today for you, folks. And here's the best part of all. This is absolutely the perfect time to buy rare United States gold. Never before has the premium for rare United States gold been as small as it is today. To rephrase that, there was an article came out not very long ago titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?" Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're referring to the most common gold. For example, the 1900p $20 Liberty. That's pretty common. Much easier to find than the $10 Liberty. It's generic gold. But here's the key sentence. Here's the takeaway from this article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. When they say spot, what they mean is the price of gold per ounce. And what they're referring to, I'll give you my own personal example, my own personal experience. I remember decades ago when gold was somewhere between $300 and $400 an ounce. And I had a common date gold double eagle. And it was mint state 63 condition. And I sold it to a dealer for $3,500. Back when gold was between $300 and $400 an ounce. In other words, I sold him that MS-63 gold coin for 10 times the gold value. That was the premium for numismatic gold coins in mint state condition. Now today, gold is around $1,800 an ounce. And again, this has just about a half an ounce of gold in it, about $900 worth of gold alone. And yet the premium, so small, folks. I mean, these coins, they are so rare, rare in any condition. Tremendous, tremendous rarity, and they're among the finest known. Smithsonian quality. I've got these coins today. not based on what the market will bear, they're based on our cost. We got an original group of these coins in a bag out of the great European gold hoard. Most of the gold coins coming out of that hoard in Europe were double eagles. Rarely did you find eagles. This is the only time we have seen 1900p eagles. This extremely rare, low mintage date, and we have among the finest specimens from that bag. We don't have them for $5,900 or $4,900 or $3,900. Now, $2,900 would be a really good price, but it wouldn't be our best price. Again, the price is not based on what the market will bear, it's based on our costs. We got a great, great deal when we bought the entire bag out of this bank in Europe, folks. We have these coins today, not for $2,900. While we have them, it's while we have them, folks. Once these are gone, that'll be it. Because again, this is one of those coins, the rare, rare gold eagles we've never had before in this condition. While we have them, 1900p, Smithsonian quality, mint state 63, not $2,900 or $24.95 or $22.95. Again, about a half an ounce of gold, around $900 in gold value alone, among the finest known, $1,995 a coin. $1,995 a coin. For a 1900p, $10 Liberty Eagle, struck in 1900, only 293,840 originally minted. A large percentage of them melted down. The vast majority went into commerce. They were spent. These coins never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. These coins went into a bag, were shipped to a bank in Europe. They've been sitting in that bank for 80-some years, and these are among the finest specimens from that bag in mint state 63 condition. And we've got them for 2 easy payments, folks, of $997.50. This is a great opportunity to take advantage of a piece of American history. These early American gold eagles. 1933 was the last year the United States Mint struck gold for commerce. Can you imagine back then actually having gold coins in your pocket? That's what people used to buy things with back then. And the 1900p, this low mintage issue, to have one in mint state 63 condition at this moment in time, it's such a great opportunity. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. In the condition we have these in, again, they're Smithsonian quality. The Smithsonian is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world. You go to the Smithsonian and you look at their 1900p $10 eagle. It's a mint state 63. This is a coin which will give you endless hours of viewing pleasure. You can share with your friends, your kids, your grandkids. Pass on to your children and your grandchildren. This is the kind of coin, this piece of American history, this national treasure that you want to keep in your family, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
The following is a paid presentation furnished by Rare Collectibles TV, LLC.
Our country was founded on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Representing this idealism is our American Eagle. The bald eagle was chosen in 1782 to represent the United States because of its long life, majestic looks, and great strength. The eagle has since become part of our country's national emblem. In 1986, the U.S. Mint had a large surplus of silver, and President Reagan signed a bill to produce a new silver dollar. It was called the American Silver Eagle. The obverse design for the American Silver Eagle was adapted from one of the most beloved U.S. coin designs, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed by Adolph Weinman and minted from 1916 to 1947. The obverse of the coin portrays Lady Liberty striding towards the sun. This represents a new day, hope, and prosperity. Liberty is draped in the American flag, flowing from behind her and wrapping around to her feet. Her right arm is outstretched as an open, helping hand. In her left hand, she holds branches of laurel and oak, symbolic of civil and military glory. The obverse also features the word liberty that stretches halfway around the top of the coin. It was 39 years later that Weinman's design returned on the obverse of the American Silver Eagle. U.S. Mint chief engraver John Mercanti adopted the legendary design, but also strengthened many of the coin's details. Having better technology in the 1980s, he was able to put more definition into Lady Liberty, which resulted in a more bold and dramatic strike than the original Walking Liberty coin. The reverse of the American Silver Eagle was also designed by Mercanti and portrays a heraldic eagle behind a shield. The eagle is clutching an olive branch in one talon and arrows in the other, which resembles the Great Seal of the United States. Above the